Good morning, and welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposed greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel-fired power plants. My name is Jenny Noonan, and I'm the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I will be chairing this session of the virtual public hearing. During today's hearing, we will take comments on EPA's proposed GHG standards and guidelines for fossil fuel-fired power plants. EPA is proposing Clean Air Act emission limits and guidelines for carbon dioxide from fossil fuel-fired power plants based on cost-effective and available control technologies. The proposal would set limits for new gas-fired combustion turbines, existing coal, oil, and gas-fired steam generating units, and certain existing gas-fired combustion turbines. I'd like to invite our other two panelists to introduce themselves. John?
Hello, my name is John Ashley, and I work in the Energy Strategies Group in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I am one of the rule writers that worked on these proposed rules, and specifically on the new source performance standards for combustion turbines.
Good morning. My name is Justine Hudeman. I'm a policy analyst in EPA's Office of Atmospheric Protection.
Great. Thank you both. We are also joined today by a court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this proposed rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. Before we begin hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language or images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on the panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. Please remain muted with your camera off until it is your turn to speak. We ask everyone that everyone's displayed Zoom name include their first and last names. This will help our logistics team quickly identify when registered speakers have arrived so that we can quickly add them to the lineup of speakers. Okay, let's move on to how today's hearing will work. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will share the names of the next two speakers in the chat box. We may also use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. And let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. Please correct me. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you're joining us via Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. Please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. When your 4 minutes are up, it's time to stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as slide presentations or videos, You may submit them to the docket for the proposal through August 8th. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We are here to listen to you today. However, the panel may ask a question to clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until I can confirm that there are no clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker and so on. If there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's proposal. Let's get started. Our first two speakers will be Margaret Pennoyer and Phyllis Bloomberg. Marguerite, would you be able to turn on your camera? Welcome.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it was just perfect.
Great, welcome.
So good morning. Should I begin speaking?
Yes, you please go ahead, and if you could start with your name and how to spell it.
My name is Dr. Margaret Pennoyer, Marguerite I'm a physician specializing in asthma care at Maine Medical Center in Portland, Maine. I support the EPA proposing standards that limit carbon pollution from power plants. I urge further strengthening of the rule and urge adequate enforcement. As I began preparation for today's testimony several weeks ago, I was sorting through some harrowing patient stories from my medical practice in asthma care to share with you all. When newsfeed photos began to pour in of the Washington Monument nearly invisible due to Canadian forest fires, I knew that there was nothing further that I needed to tell you at the EPA to emphasize the vital importance and urgency of your work in strengthening these standards for power plants. Climate change is evident and is already affecting not just my patients' health, but the health of us all. High heat, high ozone days, longer and more intense pollen seasons, and forest fires are all dangerous for my asthma patients. As doctors, we go to great lengths to help our patients. However, we are frustrated that we cannot protect our patients from the harmful effects of carbon pollution. My clinical role feels so trivial in comparison to what you at the EPA can accomplish for my patients. As a physician, inhalers like the one I'm holding are all I have to fight asthma and respiratory diseases. It can relieve, but it does not prevent asthma. The EPA can prevent asthma. You are the ones most able to protect my patients from the harm due to pollutants. EPA projects that in the year 2030, the standards for new gas and existing coal plants would avoid 800 hospital and emergency room visits, 2,000 cases of asthma onset, 300,000 cases of asthma symptoms, 38,000 school absences days, and 66,000 lost work days. These staggering numbers show a lot of life-threatening asthma episodes prevented. The EPA offers the best treatment for my patients by setting standards that will result in both immediate and long-term health improvements. The EPA should look to ways to keep carbon capture or hydrogen co-firing as environmentally safe as possible, while also expanding the categories of plants covered by these new standards to better protect health. I urge EPA to avoid methane as a source for hydrogen to co-fire in power plants, and instead use green hydrogen made from 100% renewable electricity. I support EPA lowering the unit size and capacity factor thresholds to include more gas plants. A large proportion of active plants will otherwise continue to produce. Even the least frequently used peaker plants should be required to meet more stringent standards. And these changes need to happen urgently, moving timelines forward for compliance. We face a health emergency due to climate change that I could never have imagined when I first started medicine and began caring for my patients over 35 years ago. We had so many promising medications and treatments available, effective cures right around the corner. Now it feels like, despite the many advances I've seen, that medicine can't keep up. Lung diseases are worsening. I thank you all so much for your work to help my patients. Please finalize this rule by 2024. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And if in your written comments you have anything you'd like to add about you talked about expanding the coverage of the rule for different kinds of sources, please include that in your written comments. That would be very helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony today.
All right, up next we have Phyllis Bloomberg. There you are. Thank you for joining us today. Can we do a mic check and make sure we can hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound great.
Great.
You want to
Thank you.
start with spelling your name? That would be great.
Sure. I am Phyllis Bloomberg, Phyllis Blumberg. I live in Wynwood, Pennsylvania, and I represent the Jewish Earth Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on EPA's proposed carbon pollution from power plants, as this pollution impacts all of our health, as the previous speaker spoke about. I thank this administration for acting to address public health concerns around carbon pollution. However, I urge the EPA to quickly finalize the most ambitious carbon standards possible by improving on the proposal to require greater reductions from existing power plants and to secure emission reductions from all fossil fuel plants on a faster timeline. EPA needs to create proper guide rails for any facilities that plan to use carbon capture and sequestration, CCS. Scientists agree governments and industries need to rapidly slash climate warming pollution to avoid the most extreme impacts of climate change. Fossil fuel burning power plants emit many dangerous pollutants, like the particulate matter 2.5, which will also be reduced by this rule, particularly if the deadline for retirements of coal-fired power plants is moved up from 2032 to 2028. To prevent catastrophic warming, we need to bring these emissions down 80% from their 2005 peak by 2030 and to near zero soon after that. Pennsylvania, where I live, is the state with the fourth highest energy related emissions in the country, as they release millions of tons of climate warming greenhouse gas emissions. In Pennsylvania, the existing fossil fuel plants currently face no federal and no state limits on the carbon pollution that they emit. This needs to be drastically changed and to be changed quickly. Recently, the New York State to Washington, D.C. corridor experienced the highest level of air pollution due to the forest fires burning in Canada. I, along with many people, was impacted by this poor air quality. Luckily, the situation for many of us resolved within a few days, and we were able to resume our normal activities, including being outdoors. However, for many residents who live close to power plants, they must endure extremely high levels of air pollution on a daily basis, and it never is resolved. It is more important that EPA considers the people who will be affected because their lives and health are and will be compromised. My youngest son had severe respiratory problems when he was young. His respiratory issues were caused by a variety of pollutants released by fossil fuel power plants. It was terrifying to see his young body struggling to breathe, which left him with no energy to do what normal toddlers do. He spent so many days in the hospital that he thought the hospital was his home. In order to protect my son, we intentionally changed jobs and moved to a cleaner location, which helped his health to improve. However, many poor people living close to fossil fuel power plants do not have the option of moving. Therefore, I urge the administration to finalize the strongest carbon standards possible by requiring greater reductions in existing gas plants, securing emission reductions from all power plants, including peaker plants on a short timeline, establish monitoring, strict enforcement analysis.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bloomberg. We appreciate you taking the time to share your story with us. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Richard Cole.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great. Go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Richard Cole, RICHARD COLE. I live in West Norriton, Pennsylvania, a suburban community near Philadelphia. I volunteer with several climate organizations, including the Climate Reality Project, and am a member of my Township Environmental Advisory Council. Today, I'm speaking on my own behalf out of great concern for the world that my daughters and future generations will live in if we do not change the trajectory with respect to Earth's fragile climate. The smoke that recently descended on the eastern US from wildfires in Canada, resulting in severe air quality alerts, serves to remind us that climate change can and will impact anyone, anywhere, anytime. The frequency and intensity of climate-related weather events, such as the tornadoes that spun from Hurricane Ida, which badly damaged my daughter's high school, are worse than predicted and will only continue that way. That is why we need to do all we can to mitigate the effects of climate change. This means electrifying everything with renewable energy and storage wherever possible, removing legacy emissions from the atmosphere, and the expedient cessation of planet warming pollution. One of the main drivers of climate change are emissions from power plants, which is, of course, what brings us here today. And I'm grateful that the EPA is proposing a ruling that regulates carbon dioxide emissions from power plants, despite unfortunate constraints placed on the agency's ability to more effectively regulate such pollution. However, the proposed ruling does not do near enough to meet the urgency of the moment at the necessary scale to mitigate climate change, while also reducing the burdens on our most vulnerable communities from harmful pollution. Specifically, as relates to the power plant ruling, there should not be any exemptions based on capacity or frequency of electricity generation. Coal-fired power plants must be shuttered, and there cannot be any further build-out of fossil fuels, that's coal-fired power plants, as strongly asserted by the IPCC, including natural gas, period. We cannot look to expensive, inefficient, nascent technologies such as carbon capture and storage or hydrogen co-firing for gas plants to get us where we need to be. In fact, these approaches only enable business as usual for the fossil fuel industry, whose only concern is maximizing profits. To that end, companies that tout their net zero goals and press for such nonsense as carbon capture, which likely will never achieve meaningful emission reductions, are merely engaging in dangerous greenwashing. We need to move as quickly as possible to a 100% clean energy economy. And we cannot get there without the strongest of regulations enacted as fast as possible. The science is clear that we are hurtling towards the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold, beyond which we risk hitting irreversible tipping points that will assuredly jeopardize the future of our planet. I thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts and concerns, and I'm grateful for the work the EPA has and continues to do each and every day in keeping us safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Phil Covert.
Yes. I am here. I'm trying to start my video. Oh, there we go. I tell you, technology is wonderful, isn't it?
It is. Thank you so much for joining us today. You can start with spelling your name.
Okay, Phil Covert, Reverend Dr. Phil, Phil. Covert is Covert. I am chair of the board of directors of Evangelical Environmental Network, and I just can't imagine. I've tuned into some of what you've listened for these last few days, and I can't imagine how you keep your eyes open, truthfully, through all of this. I just want to say how deeply appreciative I am, and the board that I serve are, of all that you're doing on the EPA. I think it is just wonderful. I'm a pro-life Christian. I'm concerned about anything that detrimentally affects the life of everyone from the womb to the tomb. And I'm here to support the EPA's proposed rule on greenhouse gas emissions. I believe today that we are on the cusp of a new opportunity. We have a choice to uphold the health of our children and provide them with clean energy, or to further burden them with the harmful effects of a climate changing world. I have 3 children, got 9 grandchildren. I got 2 great grandchildren that I love. And by the looks of you, you probably have children as well, and maybe a grandchild or 2. I think you are also concerned about the children and the future. According to a temperature analysis by NOAA, the 10 warmest years in history have all occurred since 2010. Fossil fuels have increased every decade from 11 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year in the 1960s to an estimated 35.6 billion tons in 2022. For years, we have subsidized the cost of fossil fuel generated electricity.
Our apologies. You can continue.
Okay, I'm sorry. With appreciating profits, our children have suffered from severe health issues: asthma, cancer, autism, birth defects, brain damage. And according to the American Lung Association, in their 2023 reports, more than 1.3 Americans live with unhealthy levels of air pollution. People of color are 3.7 times more likely to live in an area of poor air quality. A plan to cut carbon pollution has been long overdue. Our children simply can't wait, nor can millions of Americans who need relief from unrelenting pollution spewing from fossil fuel power plants. You've heard a doctor go through the statistics. I'm not going to repeat that. You know what it is. If saving lives is important, then we must save as many lives as we can. If preventing the effects of asthma is a good thing, if kids missing school days because of poor air quality is a good thing, we must clean up the air as soon as we can. All God's children deserve a future where they can breathe freely, think clearly, pursue their dreams for a brighter America, not threatened by food insecurity, water scarcity, poor air, extreme weather, forced migration, and rising seas. I really urge you all on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible version of these carbon pollution standards by early 2024. Thank you so very much. You are in my thoughts and my prayers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to share that testimony with us.
Absolutely.
Any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Marianne Gaffagino. And then after on deck, we'll have Ian Schmidt Ernst. Marianne?
Yes, I am here. Okay. The host stopped it. I said, it has a version that says the host stopped it. Okay, I think we're good.
You are great. We can see you and hear you. Thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead and start when you're ready. Spell your first and last name.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much for giving me this time to testify. My name is Marianne Bradford, MARYANNGRAFFAGNINO. I am from Tucson, Arizona. I am a member of the Arizona Climate Action Coalition and supporter of Tucson Climate Coalition, Sierra Club, and the Environmental Defense Fund. And I strongly support EPA's proposal to limit greenhouse emissions from fossil fuel power plants. And I call on the EPA to finalize the strongest rules possible to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and negatively impacts the health and well-being of all. My husband will be turning 82 years old later this year. This is miraculous in and of itself based on his past medical history. I say this because back in 1997, 4 days before our wedding, he had 6 coronary bypasses, necessitating postponing our wedding for a year. 9 months prior to the bypasses, he underwent splenectomy due to an enlarged spleen and an exceedingly low platelet count. A chronic leukemia was diagnosed. Later in 2001, he underwent a week of chemotherapy for this leukemia. Despite these serious life-threatening medical conditions, he has survived and thrived. In 2012, he developed asthma, which is his most limiting condition that he must deal with daily. Besides his daily use of an inhaler multiple times throughout the day, especially when air quality is poor, what helps him the most is breathing clean air. When the air quality is poor, he, like millions of other asthmatics, must stay inside and take extra puffs of his inhaler. So sad, too, is the extreme heat caused by greenhouse emissions that limit his ability to get outside and walk and hike, his main forms of exercise, and horseback ride, his passion. He would greatly benefit from the EPA's proposal to limit carbon greenhouse emissions from fossil fuel power plants. With the resulting clean air, he, along with everyone, can have many healthy years added to his life. As a retired pathologist, I've seen what pollution does to a person's lungs. The difference in individuals' lungs who live in areas of clean air, pink lungs, versus those who live in regions of poor air quality, black lungs, is striking and falls largely on our BIPOC sisters and brothers. The medical consequences are devastating, and the cost to treat is unbearable for so many. On another personal note, I am greatly saddened by young adults who I have met, worked with, and interacted with, some married, some anticipating getting married, who have already decided and committed to not having children due to the devastation the climate crisis has already caused and the future disaster it is anticipated to cause. Though my husband and I do not have any children or grandchildren since we married late in life, we love to see all younger people thrive. To this end, clean air is one vital necessity along with many other vital necessities that will help ensure this for all. It is our duty and responsibility to limit greenhouse emissions from fossil fuel power plants. In closing, for the health and well-being of all current and future generations, please finalize the strongest rules possible to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and negatively impacts health and so many other aspects of our life. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for taking the time to share your testimony with us. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Ian Schmidt Ernst.
Good morning. My name is
Morning.
Ian Schmidt Ernst, IANSCHMITT-ERNST. I am the Southeast organizer for Wisconsin Conservation Voters. We have offices in Madison, Milwaukee, and Green Bay, where we work with our network of over 40,000 members and supporters to engage voters to protect the environment. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of the Environmental Protection Agency proposing standards to cut carbon pollution from fossil fuel fired power plants. We thank you for your leadership on efforts to cut climate pollution and protect public health. We believe EPA's proposal is a critically important step forward, and we encourage the agency to achieve greater emissions reductions from more sources on the fastest possible timelines in recognition of the threat and growing costs of climate change. We urge you to move swiftly to finalize the strongest possible carbon pollution standards for power plants by early 2024. In Wisconsin, we have 6 coal-fired power plants and 20 natural gas-fueled power plants. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources estimates that our electric sector is responsible for almost a third of our total greenhouse gas emissions. In Wisconsin, we have seen climate change having a direct impact on the health of our people. University of Wisconsin-Madison scientists predict extreme heat events will become more frequent and longer lasting in the future. Even more concerning are the days of a high heat index, or a high combination of air temperature and humidity. A high heat index greater than 105 degrees is dangerous to health. By 2050, experts predict that Milwaukee will see 3 times as many days with a heat index above 105 degrees. During a heat wave in 1995, Milwaukee County reported 91 heat-related deaths, many of which occurred in low-income neighborhoods. EPA has the authority and obligation under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act to protect Americans from pollution sources that cause or significantly contribute to air pollution that endangers public health or welfare, such as carbon pollution from power plants. Congress reaffirmed this authority in the Inflation Reduction Act by explicitly providing funds and directions for EPA to regulate power plants' carbon pollution using existing authorities, which include those in Section 111. Congress was clear. EPA can and must use its CAA authority to establish carbon pollution standards for power plants. Achieving reductions in this sector is a necessity if we are to cut climate pollution in half by 2030, as President Biden has committed to doing. Furthermore, it is key to decarbonizing other high-polluting sectors of our economy that are increasingly electrifying, including transportation and construction. As your agency works to finalize these rules, we encourage robust engagement with impacted workers and unions, as well as the communities that have experienced the most harm from our fossil fuel economy and are on the front lines of the climate crisis. These standards must include a strong commitment to advancing environmental justice and monitoring and verifying facility compliance. In addition, EPA should move swiftly to update requirements outside of clean air authorities to ensure such facilities are held to the highest health and safety standards in order to protect frontline communities. Every day we fail to act costs Wisconsin more lives, dollars, and environmental harm. We applaud the EPA for moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm wondering if you could repeat a statistic you said kind of early on in your testimony about the Wisconsin power sector. Did you say it was 1/3 of all GHG emissions from Wisconsin came from the power sector? Did I get that right?
Yeah, I've got it here. Yeah. In Wisconsin, we have 6 coal-fired plants and 20 natural gas-fueled power plants. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources estimates that our electric sector is responsible for almost a third of total greenhouse gas emissions.
From in Wisconsin. Great. Thank you
Yes,
so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions from the panel?
No question.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, our next speaker will be Mary Macklin, and then on deck we have Mary Beth Diggle. Mary Macklin?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's Mary, M-A-R-Y, Macklin, M-A-C-L-I-N. I'm a member of the, sorry, I was expecting someone else to speak. I apologize for not being ready. I'm a member of the Climate Action Now group and a member of the Sierra Club and a regular participant of the Moms Clean Air Force. As a proud grandmother of 7 and a grandchild and 1 great grandchild, I speak for their health and air quality. And of course, I would like to be around to have a healthy life with them. We had recent warnings in Maricopa County and Arizona from the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality Air, and they issued high ozone levels of high pollution for June the 2nd, the 4th, and Friday the 8th, and so forth and so on. Before I get deep into what I think the EPA should do, I want to talk about what's actually going on here in Maricopa County. With the quality of air, we were given restrictions. We're not to burn residential fireplaces and outdoor fire pits and other activities outside. And these are just ordinary things you don't think about. And also, they have given us a long list of things that we shouldn't do. It suggests like fueling your vehicles that you should do, fueling less water-based paint, use water-based paint, delay painting large jobs, and no wood burning in fireplaces, stoves, or outside. And finally, we're encouraged to use less electricity. These are some of the actions that are taken that are directed toward individuals. However, we need the EPA to use its power to push for more laws and regulations, to push corporations and power plants to do more. It's like FDR said, make me do it. So in my opinion, the EPA should use their powers to do this, to do more inspection and make sure they're following big corporations are following the regulations. The EPA, maybe in my opinion, should be more proactive, make more regulations, and maybe give the corporations a letter grade like A, B, C, D, or F, like the restaurants are doing, and maybe publish it online or let the people know which corporations are following these regulations, not suggestions, but regulations. So it's about trying to catch a breath of fresh air and not worrying about getting asthma, lung disease and such. So I'm asking for your help so that I may be able to see my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren grow up and be able to breathe. Thank you so much for listening, and hope that you will just use your powers to get the word out to the people and make more regulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Macklin. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Up next, we have Mary Beth Diggle. Thank you for
Hi,
joining us.
can you hear me?
Yes, you
Thank
sound great.
you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize if there's some background noise. I'm on the road. My name is Mary Beth Diggle. That's MariBethDiggle. I'm a proud volunteer at Moms Clean Air Force in Washington, D.C., and I'm also a PhD student at the Ritz School of Arts in Brussels, specializing in breath art. I research the diversity of breath qualities as a tool in all performing bodies in relation to the growing topics of breath politics. I'm testifying to call on the EPA to finalize the strongest carbon rule possible, limiting the use of fossil-fueled power sources and holding power plants accountable for their climate pollution, crucial in protecting the health of our children and our communities. My research as a PhD student made me realize that it is impossible to speak about breath function and breath expression without speaking about breath injustices and the realities of air pollution, which lead to preventable school absences, emergency room visits, and the losses of life. I've also observed that it is difficult to fight for something which seems undetectable and an inherent given in our daily lives, such as breathing clean air. We seldom feel it, and we cannot see it or touch it. In reality, today's generation must address breathing in relation to societal struggle. For better or for worse, our breathing quality exemplifies the political choices we continue to make. In the words of my academic mentor, Magdalena Gorska, the development of knowledge is not an innocent act. It is not enough to simply understand that power plants are responsible for 25% of our carbon pollution, but to take action. Air quality means the quality of lives are changed, because breathing is not just a way to survive. It offers us an outlet for our personal expression, a way to listen to our bodies, and tools to create empathy between different bodies and cultures. What better tools could we give our young people than these essential building blocks for them to grow into whole, healthy people? This is an extraordinary moment in time where we adults from all walks of life can meet and insert empathetic political action in a field which has no standardization. Breathing is an autonomous function that we own. It is a space we inhabit. It is a form of engagement and community. It is a reflection of power relations and vulnerabilities, and it has been a practice of health and spirituality for centuries. Please help our youngest members of society create the language and standards they will need by setting an example in the fight to hold power plants accountable for their actions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for testifying. Any questions from the panel?
No question.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for joining us today. And if you are joining us on Zoom today and have a question or require assistance, please send a direct chat to attendee support. And you can do that from the meeting chat window. Up next, we have Reverend Mitchell Escock, and then on deck, we'll have Mona Sarfati. Go ahead, Reverend.
Good morning. I'm the Reverend Mitchell C. Hescox, Mitchell Hescox. I am the president and CEO of the Evangelical Environmental Network, a native of New Freedom, Pennsylvania, and an evangelical pro-life Christian and lifelong registered Republican. I am here today in support of EPA's proposed rule on greenhouse gas emissions and to offer my unique perspective not only as an evangelical Christian, but as someone who spent 18 years as a local church pastor, 14 years as a professional in the coal and power industries, and also a father and grandfather. See, he said to all the people, this stone will be a witness against us. He has heard all the words the Lord has said to us. It will be a witness against you if you are untrue to your God. Today marks the opportunity for a new day. We have a choice to make. Will we as citizens of the U.S. defend the lives and health of our children and provide them the opportunity for a new clean energy economy? Or will we burden them not only with a national monetary debt, but even the more harmful burden of an increasing climate change world? Will we stop the special favors that the fossil fuel industry has enjoyed and allow the real cost of fossil fuels to affect our energy decisions? With 4 children and 8 grandchildren, I have considerable interest in their future and the future for all God's children. According to an ongoing temperature analysis from NASA's Goddard Space Institute, the average temperature on the Earth has increased by at least 1.1 degrees Celsius since 1880. Most of the warming has occurred since 1975. Carbon dioxide levels measured at Mauna Loa peaked at 424 parts per million in May, continuing a steady climb forward into territory not seen for millions of years. Power plants are responsible for roughly 25% of climate pollution in the United States, and communities like mine bear the brunt of its impact. As evidenced by the extremely poor quality air we've seen last week caused by the Canadian wildfires, my children and grandkids already live in a changed world. The future is upon us, and the question remains, will we cling to a threatening past or stretch to a new future? For years, we have subsidized the cost of fossil fuel generated electricity in the brains, lungs, and bodies of our children and privatized the profit. Asthma, cancers, autism, birth defects, and brain damage have a direct link to the use of fossil fuels and petrochemicals. Even today, according to the American Lung Association, 1 in 3 Americans live in places with unhealthy levels of air pollution, and people of color are 3.7 times more likely than white people to live in a county with 3 failing grades. In 21 alone, more than 80% of Americans experienced a heat wave, and heat waves are the deadliest related climate disaster, causing over 12,000 deaths of Americans each year. And if we don't cut carbon pollution, the deaths will climb to 110,000 by 2100. These threats to our children make caring for God's creation a matter of life and Christian discipleship. While some understand climate action as political, for my evangelical Christian faith, it's scriptural and a moral imperative. In the opening of this testimony, I quoted a portion of a longer biblical passage from Joshua. Joshua calls the nation to come together and commit to a plan to follow God's work and work together for the betterment of all. He even states the rocks will act as a witness. Creation already witnesses our changed and changing climate. We urge the EPA to finalize the strongest possible version of these carbon pollution standards by early 2024 and defend the least of these. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you so much for taking the time to share your thoughts with us today. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, up next we have Mona Sarfati.
It's Sarfati, and it's S as in Sam, A-R, F as in Frank, A-T-Y, and the first name is Mona, M-O-N-A.
Great, thank you.
Okay, respected EPA representatives, my name is Mona Sarfati. I'm a family physician, also trained in public health. I'm here today representing the George Mason University Center for Climate Change Communication, a university-based research to practice organization whose mission is to help society make informed decisions that will stabilize the Earth's life-sustaining climate and prevent future harm from climate change. I'm also the founding executive director of the Medical Society Consortium on Climate and Health, and now sit on the advisory council for this organization of medical societies that represents 70% of US physicians. For the last decade, I worked full-time on the health impacts of climate change, which are real and growing. I've learned what we must do to prevent these impacts and live healthier lives. The regulation in question today will address a leading cause of climate change and improve air quality for many people who are burdened by unhealthy air. We support the EPA's multi-part proposal to regulate electricity generating plants powered by fossil fuels. It's widely known that power plants are a large source of greenhouse gas emissions. The George Mason Center has studied U.S. public opinion regarding climate change for 15 years in its Climate Change in the American Mind series. The most recent findings are stunning and available online. Recognition by the U.S. population of the dangers of climate change has grown tremendously, and public opinion strongly favors action to address the dangers. Americans who think global warming is happening outnumber those who think it is not by a ratio of 5 to 1. That's 74% versus 15%. Majorities think global warming is impacting weather and environmental problems in the US, including specifically extreme heat, a 75% majority, rising sea levels, 72% majority, wildfires, 71%, droughts, 71%, flooding, 69%, water shortages, 69%, hurricanes, 68%, air pollution, 67%, tornadoes, 66%, reduced snowpack, 62%, agricultural pests and diseases, 61%, water pollution, 60%, and electric power outages, 58%. Over 62% say they feel a personal sense of responsibility to help reduce global warming. The Yale Climate Opinion Map for 2021, which based on the same data, shows widespread support for regulating carbon dioxide. In 2021, 72% of adults supported regulating CO2 as a pollutant. With this sentiment as a backdrop, and with Congress's intent to regulate carbon dioxide made very clear in the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act, the EPA should do everything possible to address global warming. My colleagues and I at George Mason founded the Medical Society on Climate and Health 7 years ago. First, we surveyed physicians about their experience with climate impacts and found the majority were seeing health impacts in their own patients. Prominent amongst the impacts were the effects of air pollution made worse by the rising heat of climate change. I have hundreds of testimonials from them about their own patients who they saw affected by pollution. This past week, we saw unprecedented air pollution in new locales from the Canadian fires, strengthened and enlarged due to global warming. In 2016, physician societies came together to voice our concerns. The founding consensus statement of the consortium, which was endorsed by all member societies, says, quote, as medical professionals, many of our members know firsthand the harmful health effects of climate change on patients. We know that addressing climate change through reduction of fossil fuel use will lead to cleaner air and water, to immediate health benefits for Americans, and will help to limit global climate change. The statement also points to the most vulnerable. It states, quote, while climate change threatens the health of every American, some people are more vulnerable and more likely to be harmed, including infants and children, pregnant women, older adults, people with disabilities, people with pre-existing or chronic medical conditions, including mental illnesses, people with low incomes, and indigenous peoples, and some other communities of color, and immigrants with limited English proficiency. More than 2/3 of African Americans live within 30 miles of a coal-fired power plant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You provided some very interesting statistics, including the 72% of people supporting reducing carbon pollution. I'm wondering if, as a part of your written testimony, if you wouldn't mind submitting, you mentioned a website, but if there's a report that you would like to share as a part of the public docket, we would appreciate having it. Any questions?
I will definitely do that.
Great. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Up next, we have Marie Venner. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Marie Venner. That's Venner. And I'm here from the Small Business Alliance and 30 partner organizations today. I'm a local commissioner, faith leader, and employer, mother, and daughter of those impacted. I want to thank the drafters of EPA's proposal for their work and service. At the same time, it is critical to move much faster and achieve greater cuts. You can hear with everyone today that there is wide support for you to do that. The evidence is strong and it is urgent. Power plants are the first and easiest thing to get done in decarbonization. They're the thing that should move fastest. By background, I'm a cost-benefit researcher on public policy. This particular transition has been delayed far too long, and it's being delayed by monopolies and the private sector. I thought the transition would happen once it was profitable, but in the desire to get every additional dollar, profit has been put over people time and time again. Good, proven, cost-effective solar, wind, and battery solutions are out there. In Denver, our utility found that those would be cost-effective in 2009, but the utility was able to press forward with coal instead, spending over $1.5 billion since then. People are suffering now daily around these gas and coal plants in the extreme droughts, storms, flooding, and deadly heat. that you've heard so much about already. And we are courting so much more without reducing fossil fuel use much faster. It's a gross violation of human rights, especially those of our children who cannot vote. As you know, we've lost much time, and that requires deeper cuts now. It is dismaying to see CCS and hydrogen blending keeping fossil fuel plants going and impacting us all, with the worst effects for the racialized surrounding communities. As a cost-benefit researcher, it's abundantly clear that prioritizing closure of power plants should be the first option, accelerating the energy transition to non-polluting renewable energy. The EPA must also work collaboratively across the administration with DOE and other agencies to ensure infrastructure deployment, such as pipelines, underground storage, and especially EPA's role of maintaining strong safeguards. These steps will help keep communities safer, I should say. Although no one set of standards from the EPA can undo the decades of systemic racism at the bottom of troubling health disparities, the current EPA proposal needs significant amendments to be strengthened in a manner that centers life, as you've heard today, centers justice in the health of us all. Our lives, health, and safety depend on it. Many other pollutants go along with GHGs. My mom with interstitial lung disease just died in the past few weeks, in or just after some of the worst air in the area in a long while. The transition to renewable energy is something we can do, and we have seen every sort of excuse and delay from utility monopolies to stay with the old polluting infrastructure that they own now. Spending more money on those works well for them, but not for us. Help get these closed soon. It's clear that this needs to be driven on the federal level. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it very much. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will remind folks that if we are very interested in having written comments as well. So if you are joining us by through the live stream and you're interested in providing written comments, please make sure you know how to do that. We can put some information in the chat here as well. And up next we have Nancy Simpson.
Okay. Whoop. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
We can hear you. I don't see you yet.
Okay,
Maybe
start
it's
my
coming.
video. Okay, got it?
Yes,
Whoop.
there you are. Welcome.
Okay, there I am. Good morning. My name is Nancy Simpson, NancySimpson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nancy Simpson, and I'm a volunteer with Mom's Clean Air Force living in Los Angeles, California. I'm here today as a mother and a grandmother in support of the proposed EPA carbon rule, and I'm calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and impacts health. My daughter and her wife, as well as my grandson, live in New York and have suffered through the horrific wildfire smoke these past weeks. I've worried about them terribly, especially my grandson, whose lungs are still developing and can't understand why he can't go outside and play. Wildfire smoke contains particulate matter known as PM 2.5. This pollution can exacerbate asthma and cause everything from short-term respiratory problems up to heart attacks, stroke, lung cancer, and reduced cognitive function. Here in Los Angeles, wildfires have become a way of life, and they just keep getting worse. We know that climate change is here, and it makes wildfires exponentially worse. This proposed rule will help fight climate change, thus curbing impact and the frequency of wildfires. While California has been a national leader on renewable energy, still more than half of California's energy comes from natural gas. This rule will help ensure that while these plants are in operation and new ones come online, we have strong environmental standards to protect our communities and our kids. As a mom and a grandmom, I spend a lot of time worrying about the well-being of my family. It's just part of being a mom. A rule like this will help ease my worries. Cleaning up smokestack pollution from fossil fuel power plants can protect cleaner air and a safer, more stable climate. In order to protect the health of our communities and reduce the greenhouse gas pollution causing dangerous and costly climate change, EPA must enact strong limits on new and existing fossil fuel power plants. EPA must also strengthen community input and safeguards in the final version of this rule. Thank you so much for your time and your work. Much appreciated.
Great. Thank you for joining us today. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Great. Up next, we have Manuel Salgado, and then following will be David McCullough. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Manuel Salgado. That's Manuel Salgado. I'm a geoscientist with a remote sensing and atmospheric science background, and I am the environmental justice research analyst for We Act for Environmental Justice. We are a part of the Clean Air for the Long Haul national group of environmental justice organizations working together to put forward campaigns and embed environmental justice and EPA rulemaking within the power and transportation sectors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the EPA's proposed carbon pollution standards for fossil fuel power plants. Climate change is quite possibly the largest issue facing humanity as a whole. This crisis recently touched our offices in both New York City and Washington, D.C. 1 week ago, as massive quantities of smoke from record forest fires in Canada turned the skies over the U.S. East Coast an orange color and made the air unsafe to breathe for several days. Communities of color carry an outsized burden when dealing with the problems from our climate crisis, and regulating CO2 emissions from the power sector is a necessary step in ensuring that all Americans are able to live in a future free from the specter of climate change. Unfortunately, climate change is merely one of the numerous environmental problems facing many frontline communities today, and we are unable to support the current iteration of this rule. People living in the shadow of fossil fuel power plants are being asked to accept relief from the climate catastrophe delivered through the shadow of a large-scale build-out of two false solutions, hydrogen and carbon capture. Furthermore, new facilities for these two unproven technologies will be developed and built following the bipartisan gutting of federal permitting protections. Communities of color are begging to be given relief from the dangers posed by fossil fuels, and instead they are being asked to once again be the sacrificial lambs so that the rest of the country may avoid dangers from climate change. Who amongst the rule supporters will sign up to live next to a carbon storage facility, a power plant utilizing CCS, or a CO2 pipeline? We Act has long maintained that the carbon capture is a false solution and that it is incapable of providing us safety from carbon emissions. It is unclear on what scientific basis we are to believe that this technology can be scaled up to meet the expectations of this proposed rule. There are currently no successful CCS projects that have eliminated 90% of net CO2 emissions at a long-running power plant. Projects throughout the world attempting to store captured carbon have consistently failed to meet projections, and the dangers posed by carbon transport and sequestration failure are substantial for frontline communities. A hydrogen build-out reduces CO2 emissions only if the hydrogen is produced from electrolysis powered by clean energy. A future where power plants are burning hydrogen created from natural gas is an outright environmental justice disaster. Furthermore, power plants fueled by hydrogen continue to emit dangerous coal pollutants such as NOx, which are known to have extensive adverse health effects. The orange skies over the East Coast of the United States last week were a stark reminder that climate change is not a problem of the future, but one that we are dealing with now. However, these skies should also serve as a small taste of the dangerous air quality that communities located in proximity to the fossil fuel industry deal with on an everyday basis. Asking environmental justice communities to forego clean air and safety from these adverse effects of the fossil fuel industry for the climate safety of everyone else is unconscionable and perpetuates environmental injustice. We strongly urge the EPA to reconsider regulations that utilize these false solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for taking the time to share that testimony with us. We appreciate it. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Mr. David McCullough.
I think your technician turned me off earlier there I am. Okay, thank you. I'm Reverend David McCullough, a retired United Methodist pastor. I'm an authentic evangelical and member of the Evangelical Environmental Network. My whole family lives in the York area, and we volunteer at the York campus of LCBC Church, which has 20 campuses scattered throughout eastern Pennsylvania and involves about 25,000 citizens in volunteer service to others. My calling now is to care for infants and toddlers during our gatherings, and it's great that I can still enjoy playing on the floor, and I can change Pampers, I can burp them, I can do everything with little kids. As a pastor, though, I served large congregations located in areas of dense pollution from fossil fuels. In Clearfield, Pennsylvania, our town of 30,000 people was virtually surrounded by open pit coal mines. The air was full of coal dust, which we inhaled with every breath. In Bellefonte and in Montoursville, we were surrounded by oil and natural gas wells and witnessed the transition to fracking. The money was great for outsiders who came in to get it, but we paid the price with the air we had to breathe and the water we drank. I conducted a lot of funerals in those years. Of course, we are concerned now about rapid climate change. It's already disruptive for everyone, and the future is really scary. It's true, though, that power plant pollution in the United States is a big part of the problem. It does great harm to our health, and it is the second largest source of carbon pollution in this country. Excuse me, because 60% of power generation comes from burning fossil fuels like coal and natural gas. It is therefore a primary cause of climate change. That is why I strongly support the Environmental Protection Agency's proposed rule for greenhouse gas emissions. We have critical choices to make at this moment in our planet's history. Either we make radical choices now to protect our children and wildlife, or we commit them to conditions for which none of us are designed. It will be expensive in the beginning, but we have to struggle hard if necessary. It's a choice we must make. I believe God created this planet. God designed its beauty and its wonders. God gave birth to living creatures and designed humans to manage and care for it. God created fossil fuels to help us get this far. And now God wants us to have the good sense to clean the air and the water because we have the technologies to do so. And the EPA's suggested standards make a significant move in that direction. I'm one of many who stand with you, the EPA, because you want this nation to do everything possible to provide a healthy, vibrant future for all. I applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. It's good to hear you from York, Pennsylvania. I have family there, so very close to where your church is.
Thank you. Oh, I hope...
Any questions from the panel?
No question.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Joe. Do you go by Joe or?
Either one is fine.
Okay, great. Well, why don't you introduce yourself and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sure. Thank you for your attention and for your public service as government officials. My name is Josiah Harmer. That's Josiah Harmar. And I'm a student soon entering my second year of law school. I'm a resident of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And I'm an intern at the Clean Air Council, but I'm appearing as a private citizen without guidance from the council. This is my first time attending and participating in this type of rulemaking comment process, so please forgive my lack of familiarity. I want to echo the facts bolstering the rule that others have so eloquently stated. Personally, I was flooded out of my place of residence in Louisiana in 2016. As a result, I was forced to relocate. This event has been linked to anthropogenic climate change. I'm just going to put a link to that here in the chat if I'm able to do that. Maybe I'm not. Also, I'll add it to my comment. But there is data supporting the idea that those two things are linked. So this rule has a direct impact on my life, and climate change already has had a direct impact on my life. So the Supreme Court in Whitman v. American Trucking held that Section 109B1 of the Clean Air Act instructs the EPA to set ambient air quality standards that, in the judgment of the administrator, are requisite to protect public health, ruled that this is an intelligible principle and that it does not violate the non-delegation doctrine. But the Supreme Court in Gundy versus the United States, in a plurality opinion unrelated to the Clean Air Act, suggests the possibility that the Supreme Court would revisit the question. In Gundy, a four-justice plurality relied on the Whitman case in rejecting a constitutional challenge to the Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act, which gave the Attorney General authority to specify the applicability of the statute's registration requirements to persons who committed sex offenses before the act became law. However, in Mistretta v. U.S., which the Gundy case quotes, the court states, Congress simply can't do its job absent an ability to delegate power under broad general directives. Further, Justice Scalia, in his dissenting opinion, stated that it is wisdom and humility alike that this court has always upheld such necessities of government. Further, he stated, since Congress is no less endowed with common sense than we are, and better equipped to inform itself of the necessities of government, and since the factors bearing upon those necessities are both multifarious and, in the nonpartisan sense, highly political, it is small wonder that we have almost never felt qualified to second-guess Congress regarding the permissible degree of policy judgment that can be left to those executing or applying the law. Though Justice Alito concurred in the judgment because the current doctrine supported the Gundy decision, he mentioned the idea of revisiting the question. Despite Justice Alito's concurrence's implication, EPA's power to generate and promulgate administrative rules remains intact. The Supreme Court of Massachusetts v. EPA held that EPA's refusal to regulate greenhouse gases was actual and imminent for purposes of determining Massachusetts and other litigants' capacity to establish standing. West Virginia v. EPA held that it is not plausible, however, that Congress gave EPA the authority to adopt its own regulatory scheme in Title 42, Section 111D of the U.S. Code to cap carbon dioxide emissions at a level that will force a nationwide transition away from the use of coal to generate electricity, arguing essentially that instead only Congress or an agency acting pursuant to a clear delegation of power from Congress should exercise such power. The court also held that the review of the authority claimed per U.S. Code Title 42, U.S. Code Section 7411D was subject to the major questions doctrine. However, this particular rule is narrowly limited. I'm sorry, I'm going to summarize my last little bit here, and distinguishable from West Virginia v. EPA's limitation on EPA's rulemaking power through the major questions doctrine. Thus, EPA has full authority under the Clean Air Act to administer this rule and should do so.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Julie McNamara. Thank you for joining us. You may go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Julie McNamara, JuliemCnamara. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. I offer this statement on behalf of the Union of Concerned Scientists, where I'm the Deputy Policy Director for Climate and Energy. This proposed rule marks an important step forward in what is a critical responsibility of EPA's. The agency has long had the statutory authority and obligation to regulate carbon emissions from fossil fuel-fired power plants. Despite that long-running responsibility, however, there have been no federal carbon pollution standards for existing coal, oil, and gas-fired power plants, the nation's second largest source of carbon pollution. That absence of action has allowed for the addition of enormous amounts of carbon pollution to our atmosphere that could have otherwise been avoided, and all while the harmful costs and consequences of climate change have grown ever clearer. Since EPA's 2009 endangerment and cause or contribute findings, there have been 209 separate billion-dollar-plus extreme weather events, totaling more than 1.4 trillion in inflation-adjusted dollars and resulting in more than 6,800 lives lost. Furthermore, today, more than 40 million people in the US are facing extreme weather alerts. And though we are still at the outset of what my climate scientist colleagues have begun to refer to as danger season, or that period of the year when our nation faces the colliding threats of increased risk of extreme heat, flooding, wildfires, and hurricanes, since May 1st, nearly 1/2 of the population has already faced at least one such alert. Over the same period, there has been an overwhelming coalescing of scientific understanding of the level of climate action needed to avoid the worst of climate impacts, as well as assigning the technical and economic understanding demonstrating the feasibility of achieving the level of carbon emission reductions required. At the center of every single one of those roadmaps to the future, including our own, stands a clean electricity system, both because phasing out carbon pollution from the power system can be done quickly, cost effectively, and with high public health benefits alongside, as well as because clean electricity unlocks the decarbonization of so many other sectors of the economy currently running on fossil fuels. It is in this context that EPA's proposed power plant carbon standards land, and it is in this context that we thank you for moving the rule forward and call on the agency to do so much more. EPA's proposed standards have many of the right pieces in place, but for the agency to meet its statutory obligation, gaps in coverage must be filled, emission reduction requirements must be strengthened, and timelines for action must be accelerated. Furthermore, the agency must be more proactive in terms of community protections to ensure that those who are most impacted by today's polluting power plants have a say in what comes next. I offer a few additional details on these points here, with more to follow in our written comments. When it comes to expanded scope, it is vital that EPA cover more existing gas-fired facilities. Gas-fired power plants are slated to soon overtake coal plants in terms of the overall share of power sector carbon emissions. And as it currently stands, EPA's proposed rule covers only a small fraction of the relevant facilities. Moreover, because gas-fired power plants are anticipated to steeply reduce their capacity factors over time as renewable generation continues to increase, limiting coverage to just large, high-capacity factor units risks failing to cover any facilities at all. This is untenable for a power sector carbon rule. EPA must close this gap. Furthermore, the agency must subject more subcategories to emission reduction requirements beyond the minimal to no emission reductions they currently require. This is especially the case for facilities anticipated to run below the highest capacity factors. EPA must also evaluate hydrogen far more rigorously than it has in the proposed rule. This includes only considering hydrogen that is verifiably clean based on a full and rigorous life cycle analysis, as well as considering upstream power system impacts. Finally, EPA must require rigorous, transparent, and verifiable community engagement criteria for any state implementation plan to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McNamara. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Great, thank you. And with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we'll have Dharma Santos Santiago as our speaker after the break, and Catalina Gonzalez will be following. So everyone just take a 5-minute break. We will return at that time. Thank you. Welcome back from break. My name is Jenny Noonan, and I am the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications at EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. And I have the pleasure of chairing this session of today's hearing on EPA's proposed GHG standards and guidelines for fossil fuel-fired power plants. And I'd like to ask our other panelists to introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is John Ashley, and I'm a rule writer in the Energy Strategies Group within OAQPS.
Hi, my name is Justine Hudeman. I'm a policy analyst in the EPA's Office of Atmospheric Protection.
Thank you both. I want to remind you that today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. Is anyone else hearing a weird echo?
We fixed the issue.
Oh, great. Thanks. Okay, I want to remind everyone again that today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing, and that includes rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety, and the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects that all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, will conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. A quick reminder about providing testimony. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. When you are providing testimony, you are also welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon. Please state and spell your name for the record. A 4-minute timer will be started when you start your name. And I'll remind everyone to keep your chat window open, as I am doing now. And check out that our next speaker is Dharma Santos Santiago, and on deck we have Catalina Gonzalez. Welcome. You may start when you're ready.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Jenny, and thanks y'all for taking the time. I really appreciate it. And I'll go ahead and dive into it. Hey, everyone. My name is Dharma Santos Santiago, and I am the Climate Justice and Clean Air Advocate at Green Latinos, an active network of nearly 15,000 Latina leaders and allies dedicated to environmental liberation, working to ensure millions of Latinas across the country have clean air, clean water, and safety in our communities. And today I am expressing my support for the proposed EPA standards to cut carbon pollution if key changes are made. As folks have mentioned, power plants are the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the US, and specifically, they put millions of Latinas in harm's way. 15% of us in the US live within 10 miles of a coal-fired power plant, and 1.6 million Latinas in the US live within half a mile of an oil and gas facility. Latinas living near these power plants bear an increased exposure to harmful pollutants like particulate matter and sulfur dioxide, and therefore are at a higher risk for cardiovascular diseases, respiratory illnesses like asthma, and even premature death. Furthermore, Latinas are 43% more likely to live in places that will see more loss of life, health, and employment from the effects of climate change than the rest of the US population. And when I hear all these sobering statistics, I think about all the devastating hurricanes that have hit Florida, my home state, and Puerto Rico, where my family's from and where my abuelos live. And I also think about where I live now in New York City and the wildfire smoke that's made its way across my new home, a city whose second largest racial and ethnic group is Latino. So no matter where I go or where I live, my community, especially low-income Latinos, bear the brunt of the climate crisis caused by the emissions coming out of our country's power plants. And as our country transitions to a renewable energy economy, I urge the EPA and recognize that the proposal is an important step forward, and I encourage the agency to expand the number of power plants covered, including natural gas units as small as 100 megawatts and those operating 40% of the time. And I also encourage the agency to finalize the strongest possible standards no later than 2024 in recognition of the threat of climate change and the air pollution emitted from these facilities. However, we must ensure this work is done in a manner that keeps our communities healthy, safe, and positioned to maximize the benefits of a just transition. And to this end, the administration must ensure community protections and input as they assess nascent, potentially harmful technologies like CCS and hydrogen blending, and prioritize the closure of power plant facilities as the first option while focusing on a transition to non-polluting renewable energy. The EPA must include rigorous monitoring, verification, enforcement, and engagement with communities for project proposals, and work collaboratively across the administration with DOE and other agencies to ensure related infrastructure deployment like pipelines and underground storage facilities maintain strong safeguards. To conclude, it's clear that the current proposal put forth by the EPA needs significant improvements and amendments to be strengthened in a manner that puts justice first. And I urge the EPA to maximize every tool in their toolbox, including IRA clean energy provisions, and incentivize states to ramp up 100% renewable energy sources like wind and solar, rather than relying on potentially harmful technologies like CCS and hydrogen blending. The health and safety of our communities depends on it. Thank you for your time today.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I encourage you to, in your written testimony, any statistics that you have that you cited today or additional information, please provide that in writing as well.
Beautiful. Well done.
Great. Any questions from the panel?
No question.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Right. Up next, I believe we have Catalina Gonzalez. Great. Thank you for joining us. You may begin when you're ready and just start with spelling your first and last name.
Good morning. My name is Catalina Gonzalez, spelled CATALINA-GONZALEZ. I'm a climate justice policy analyst at the Center for Progressive Reform. I'm calling in from Los Angeles, California. The center's research and advocacy supports frontline communities and organizations and states across the country that are leading the call for protections and justice for communities most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and those most affected by fossil fuel pollution. I'm also speaking today in support of the proposed and strongest possible EPA standards to limit greenhouse gases and pollution from coal, gas, and oil-fired power plants as a member of Green Latinos, because Latino communities and children in communities and Latinos children in these communities have among the highest incidence of emergency room visits for asthma, as well as deaths and twice as many deaths due to asthma compared to white children. And these effects are related to oil and gas pollution, which disproportionately burden communities living adjacent to oil and gas facilities. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions cost effectively is critical for addressing the climate crisis. However, we cannot do so at the expense of under-resourced communities who have been historically overburdened with fossil fuel pollution. We must stop sacrificing children and people of color in low-income communities. In my state of California, assessments from the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment and other independent assessments, as well as across the country, show that the retirement of coal and gas power plants has led to the creation of concentrated pollution hotspots, particularly in non-attainment areas, which means that as some power plants start to go offline, demand is shifted and met by larger peaker power plants that continue to disproportionately harm the health of communities living adjacent to these facilities, which we are all dependent on. These power plants are also slower to go offline, and new gas power plants are also planned in these same communities, who will pay not only higher rates for the cost of these investments, individuals will also pay with their health and with their lives. EPA must ensure that this rule aligns with the commitment the Biden administration has pledged to environmental justice communities and does not allow business as usual to continue to sacrifice historically marginalized communities. This is why the EPA must set high-level environmental justice priorities for this rule, including prioritizing the closure of power plant facilities as a first option, direct emission reductions for existing power plants that directly benefit surrounding communities and that are able to achieve and demonstrate faster reductions for these communities. Finally, EPA must work with other federal agencies to commit to prioritizing investments for new power plants and technologies that do not add to the pollution burden or create new risks for already overburdened communities. Second, as part of this rule, EPA should set the strongest possible criteria and most stringent requirements for how limits are met that offer maximum protections, including adjusting proposed limits to the size, operating time, and types of plants so that the maximum number of power plants and % of total emissions is covered, lowering capacity thresholds for power plants to cover the lowering those capacities so that we have at least 50% of emissions covered and no less, moving compliance timelines forward or before 2030 and not after for all power plants. Finally, the new rule must incorporate more accountability and involvement by affected communities as part of the project approval, monitoring, and enforcement of these standards and requirements. I thank EPA for their work and urge the agency to quickly move to finalize this rule that includes these priorities and the strongest possible protections for communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I had one question. Toward the end, you mentioned improving accountability and involvement by communities. If you could, in your written testimony, just provide any details that you can about what that involvement and accountability might look like, that would be of great benefit.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel?
Good question.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much. Up next, and I see you're already on the screen, if you'd like to introduce yourself and spell your name for your oh, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're
My
all set.
computer seems to be acting funny on me here, but I think we'll get through it. Hi, my name is Ian Tafoya. It's EAN TAFOYA, and I am coming to you from Denver, Colorado. And I am the Colorado State Director for Green Latinos, whom you've just heard of several members and staffers talk about here. And I am also the chair of the Colorado Environmental Justice Action Task Force, which was passed by the Environmental Justice Act here a couple of years ago. We put forth a whole host of recommendations around permitting, air pollution, and best practice in community engagement, which after hearing your comment, I think we'll put into the record as well about what we've been able to develop over the last year. But my story personally is that my mother was a social worker, bought her first home. We moved from the west side of town to North Denver. North Denver is known to be one of the most cumulatively polluted communities, certainly in Colorado and in our region. And from my mother's front yard, you can see a smokestack plant. It's from the Cherokee gas plant. It used to be a coal plant. They switched it to gas. And now these conversations around emerging technologies, the CCS and the blending are all huge concerns because it's going to impact my mother, my neighbors, the people we work with, and like I said, the most disproportionately impacted community in the state of Colorado. I actually worked with the University of Colorado Public Health School to do research, and we found that there were 189 businesses violating federal environmental law in a 4-mile square area in North Denver. We know we're not alone. We know that these facilities are not alone. We know that the historic connection to these being in our communities is partly why our communities are disproportionately impacted. I'm not going to reiterate all the amazing statistics that I heard from my colleague Dharma, but she's right on by saying it doesn't matter which community you live here in Colorado and across the Southwest, in Puerto Rico. We are the communities that are living with the brunt of this in our face, in our air, and many of the people in these communities do not have cooling or air filtration into their homes, and so the impacts are even greater still. I want to echo what Dharma had to say about 100 megawatt projects and peaker plants that are only running 40% of the time. Absolutely. There's no reason for us to delay on these rules. 2030 or earlier is a must for the health of our communities. And I want you to think about what it's like when you read statistics that say people die 8 years earlier. That's the difference between whether you see your kid graduate high school, whether you see your daughter get married. And these are real impacts that our communities are feeling, and we need to do something about it. Now, I want to pivot for a second to talk about pipelines and CCUS and hydrogen blending. These are all on the forefront. And we just went through a legislative session here in Colorado where these conversations were had as we took primacy here in Colorado. And we know that there's one facility in particular related to the hydrogen hub application from the state of Colorado that's located in a DIC community in the northern rural communities of Weld County, where they're talking about making this the place where they will experimentally blend hydrogen. We are very concerned about pipeline efficacy. We're concerned about recent evidence that shows that perhaps there will be more nitric oxides and therefore ground level ozone because of the temperature in which this is burned. For CCUS, we're concerned that this is going to keep these facilities operating longer. We know that the pipelines can be more dangerous. We know these molecules, the hydrogen molecules in particular, they're very small, and we're struggling already to regulate methane. And most recently, and you can look this in the news, it turns out that the compliance of pipelines in Colorado is abysmal. The news is beating them up. And so we need to be really forthcoming on making the strongest regulations possible to protect communities. We were supportive of this rule. We're supportive of Build Back Better, but we're not supportive of continuing a legacy of harmful pollution and real accidents occurring in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Up next, we have Patricia Nelson. Welcome.
Hello. Sorry about that. I have a house full of kids. Summer break. Okay. Let me pull up my testimony. Oh no, where did it go? All right. Sorry. Okay. My name is Patricia Garcia Nelson. I'm the Colorado Fossil Fuel Just Transition Advocate for Green Latinos, and I'm testifying today from my hometown in Greeley in northern Colorado, where we have 5 natural gas-fired power plants and produce up to 80% of the state's total oil and gas production. I'm speaking to express my support for the EPA standards to cut carbon pollution from fossil fuel-fired power plants if key changes are made. We must consider that the climate change directly contributes to extreme heat and endangers outdoor workers. The EPA must work collaboratively across the administration with PHMSA, DOE, and other agencies on improving safeguards to protect communities from harms associated with carbon removal and emerging technologies in communities that have been historically impacted by fossil fuels. We must act swiftly, and we can no longer afford to make concessions. This proposal has the potential to help prevent the worst effects of climate change and reduce air pollution on the frontline communities, especially Latino communities. Latinos in the United States make up 22% of all oil field workers, and in the agricultural workforce of 3 million, 77% are Latinos. All of this work has to be done outside. Record-breaking temperatures are increasing the probability of dehydration, heat stroke, waterborne illness, and many more dangerous health outcomes. I come from a family of agricultural workers, and I've seen firsthand the conditions farm workers must endure. I also have family members and friends who work in the oil field industry. Worker safety must be prioritized, and these workers feed us and keep our country running. I still have family members that work in agriculture, and with our wildfire season, I am really concerned for their welfare. Weld County has been classified as an EPA non-attainment zone for air quality and has an EnviroScreen score of 80. An EnviroScreen score is designated by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and it combines individual indicators like pollution, climate burden, in conjunction with things like health and social factors. The higher the EnviroScreen score means that the area is more likely to be affected by environmental injustices. There have been a lot of investments that are bringing emerging technologies into communities that have been historically impacted by fossil fuels. This includes the experimental hydrogen blending facility my director just spoke about. Again, we have an EnviroScreen score of 80 out of 100. Green Latinos has also supported our members who live in Adams County, where their EnviroScreen score is 86, and a California battery company is trying to put a manufacturing facility in their backyard. These types of project proposals are only going to further burden communities and unnecessarily continue the pollution from fossil fuels. We must ensure interagency communication to ensure that communities do not continue to bear the burden. We should We should prioritize the closure of fossil fuel-fired power plants as the first option. And finally, we simply do not have time to waste. There are existing technologies that are readily available that reduce operating costs and lower emissions. The EPA should work to promote federal incentive programs like the IRA Clean Energy funding to reduce emissions from the power sector and incentivize states to pursue 100% renewable energy goals. There are steps we can take today to keep communities safe across the country, including my own, and we have been unfairly and disproportionately exposed to pollution. Though the EPA's proposal is an important step forward, I encourage the agency to recognize that the threat of climate change and air pollution emitted from these facilities, and we should prioritize reductions and protections for communities that have been historically impacted. We can work together to achieve the greatest cuts to pollution from more sources on the fastest possible timelines, and we can do that today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today. We appreciate it very much. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Great. Thank you. Up next, we have Elizabeth McNichols.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
My name is Elizabeth McNicholas, ELIZABETHMCNICHOLAS. I grew up among the lakes and orchards of northern Michigan. My favorite beach to play on was right next to a dock, usually piled high with coal, having been delivered direct from tankers that was used as the fuel for the power plant whose smokestacks were the central feature of my town's skyline. I was a good student, finished top of my class, went to a great university, and now run a successful architecture firm in Chicago, providing dozens of jobs and contributing positively to our country's built environment. I was 22 years old when the itchy brown spots began appearing across my body. In time, we would learn that these were urticaria pigmentosa, which is a symptom of systemic mastocytosis. I was living in Washington, D.C. at the time and had a friend who got me into a clinical trial right at the NIH. There, I learned that systemic mastocytosis is the accumulation of mast cells, which are the cells that create histamine, happening not just in my skin, but in most of my organs, and that there was no known cure. If I were to experience an allergic reaction, I could have died within moments. Mastocytosis is an acquired genetic mutation, which means I was likely exposed to something toxic in my youth that altered my genes for the worse. It was my prescribed treatment for the mastocytosis, which likely set the stage for my early diagnosis of breast cancer at 36 years old, while pregnant with my first and only child. I assume I don't have to explain breast cancer. By the time my baby was 18 months old, I was diagnosed with stage 4 terminal disease. 6 years ago now, I had over a dozen malignant tumors growing on a half dozen organs. And while the median 5-year survival rate for stage 4 breast cancer is currently somewhere around 25%, my condition was exceptionally dire, and I really had no business being here speaking with you today. I can't begin to describe the work it took for me to make it to today with this limited time, but in short, it required great fortune, both figuratively and literally. I'm, of course, an outlier, not the norm. So because I am here, I feel a responsibility to represent the norm to you all, because those people can't speak because they are gone. Gone too soon and too young, leaving behind loved ones who have to power through the pain of loss in order to pick up pieces. Many were my friends. With grave diagnoses, you often find yourself in clubs you never planned on joining. And I'm sure your lives have been touched by such losses, or even by living people struggling with diseases and disorders that manifested during their lives. A pithy saying I've learned from many oncologists and health experts is, your genes load the chamber, but the environment pulls the trigger. I'll never know what exactly triggered my cascade of maladies, but I can point to a handful of potential culprits in hindsight, and those are just the toxic exposures about which I'm actually aware. So much pollution, aka poison, is invisible and undetectable by human senses, and it doesn't respect borders or boundaries, as we of course are learning these recent weeks. I want my kid to live to be 100 years old without going through what I've gone through or worse. And my child is no more important than anyone else's. So put a dollar value on their lives, put it on mine. Can we? What profit or revenue is worth my life or my child's? What's this all for, if not me, them, us? So please have the courage to act like the stewards we all need you to be. Honor those we have failed. Please pass maximally stringent regulations with haste. And understanding the mission of the EPA and hopefully all of its staff, I encourage you to take inspiration from Admiral Grace Hopper, quote, ask forgiveness, not permission. So please shoot for the moon. Thank you for your work and for your consideration today.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Any questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Up next, we have Peggy Chaikin. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Thank you, panel, and thank you, Elizabeth, and all of the other speakers today for your moving and resource-filled testimonies. I'm Peggy Chaikin in Sedona, Arizona. I'm a trustee of Keep Sedona Beautiful and volunteer with Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance and Arizona Climate Action Coalition. Thank you for your work and this opportunity to speak. I raised my children and worked as an educator in the Verde Valley, Sedona area for 50 years. This is an area of ranching, farming, orchards, vineyards, and tourism. Its Verde River Basin provides the water that is life for all. I lived through dry periods, but our present drought drags on. Now the longest one starting in 1994. The spring-fed Verde River suffers diminished flow. The Prescott National Forest is filling with dead and dying ponderosa, pinyon, and juniper trees. Dry lightning causes fires are more frequent and dreaded. Air pollution from fires in remote, treacherous terrain lingers in our bowl-shaped valley and over Sedona, mixing with soot from vehicle exhaust and dust from powdery, unpaved roads. All of this affects both health and quality of life. The browning scaffold of forest branches and dried underbrush surrounding Sedona are tinder for the most feared event, a forest fire that would encircle our community as it did the community of Paradise, California in the Camp Fire of 2018. When showered with embers traveling miles to our homes, Sedona's residents and visitors have limited means of escape. We are not the only ones living in ready, set, go life mode, in fear of losing our homes. We are not the only ones working towards a transition for a greener, fueled economy to stave off the worst catastrophes. Our town has enacted a climate action plan following UN guidelines. We have an evacuation plan and heat island study. Time and money is being applied to prevent predicted chaos and hardship. Studies show and knowledgeable agencies agree these steps are necessary. Will it be enough? Can our town's actions be effective and our residents and visitors be safe if CO2 pollution continues to rise? Not if industrial emissions continue without strong regulation. It's a bittersweet life to live in a place so beautiful and yet so vulnerable. It doesn't need to be this way. Humanity doesn't need to continue on the destructive path of catastrophic fires, homes falling into the sea, lowland flooding, tornadoes flattening towns, heat bombs hovering over cities, vulnerable communities choking on particulates and poisons. Following the American Medical Association's example to decarbonize its industry, citizens want to, quote, think, see, and act in new ways. We are acting with an understanding of shared responsibility. We need industry to be responsible and enforcement of corporate responsibility on all levels, a major one being decarbonization of power plants. I urge you to enact the strongest rules and resist the inertia and resistance of the fossil fuel industry. The EPA must provide the order and stability needed to avoid the terrifying chaos of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much for spending some time with us today. We appreciate it very much. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have New York Attorney General Michael Myers.
It's actually Assistant Attorney General, but thank you very much for hearing me today. Michael Myers, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Myers, M-Y-E-R-S. I'm a Senior Counsel in the Environmental Protection Bureau of New York State Attorney General Letitia James. I'm pleased to testify on EPA's proposed rule to limit carbon pollution from new and existing power plants under the Clean Air Act. EPA's proposal comes at a critical time. Climate change is not just only occurring, but it's widespread, rapid, and intensifying. Just last week, wildfires exacerbated by climate change caused the worst air pollution New Yorkers have experienced since passage of the Clean Air Act more than 50 years ago. 2 summers ago, violent remnants of Hurricane Ida caused flash flooding that drowned several New Yorkers in their basement apartments. Simply put, we can no longer ignore our obligation to urgently fight climate change. New York State has joined this fight. Our Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act requires New York to get 70% of our electricity from renewable sources by 2030 and achieve 100% zero emissions electricity by 2040. And our experience with the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative shows that reductions in power plant carbon emissions can go hand in hand with substantial consumer benefits, including lower energy bills, better grid reliability, and more jobs. Despite our efforts, and similar ones undertaken by several other states, national limits on power plant greenhouse gases are a necessary strategy to adequately confront climate change. EPA's proposed rule represents a step in the right direction. Let me briefly touch on a few highlights. First, EPA's proposed emission limits are based on adequately demonstrated technologies, such as carbon capture and storage. Under case law, adequate demonstration merely requires that a technology has been shown to work in practice at a representative plant in the source category or in a similar industry. There's no requirement that it be in widespread use. And the Inflation Reduction Act's generous tax credits make these technologies cost-effective for power plants in many instances. Second, the proposal is within the 4 corners of the Supreme Court's decision last year in West Virginia versus EPA. There, the court instructed EPA not to focus on the power sector as a whole, but on approaches specific sources could take. That's what EPA did here. Carbon capture and storage and co-firing with clean hydrogen are approaches individual plants can use to meet the required emission limits. This is squarely in the traditional mode of environmental regulation under the Clean Air Act. And third, unlike the Trump EPA's ACE rule, the proposed rule would allow states to permit plants to use emissions averaging and trading to comply, provided those approaches deliver equivalent pollution reductions. That's the way cooperative federalism under the statute is supposed to work. Now, let me briefly turn to 2 areas in which EPA can and should strengthen the proposed rule. With respect to emission limits for coal-fired power plants, those plants have been on notice for decades that the time for dumping carbon into the air for free was ending. In the final rule, EPA should jettison or at least reduce the number of subcategories that allow plants to retire at their own pace. To the extent such plants are truly necessary for grid reliability until cleaner sources come online, EPA can clarify that they could continue to operate under those limited circumstances. Next, EPA should expand pollution reduction requirements for gas-fired power plants. For example, by including 150 megawatt or larger plants with a 40% or greater capacity factor, EPA would cover nearly 80% of these plants' carbon emissions compared to only 30% under the proposal. And EPA should require peaking units, which are often located in overburdened communities, to also limit their emissions. New York's RGGI regulations, for example, cover units down to 15 megawatts. In closing, we urge EPA to move promptly to strengthen and finalize this important proposal to address the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate that. Any questions from the panel?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
And now we have come to the recess of this very informative and thought-provoking testimony. We really appreciate everybody taking the time to come today and to share your thoughts with us. EPA considers all testimony equally, so we encourage folks to submit written testimony, either to supplement what you have spoken about today, or if you haven't spoken, to add your thoughts to the public record for this rule. My name is Jenny Noonan. I'm the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I want to thank my fellow panelists, everyone who's been working behind the scenes, everyone who offered testimony today, and everyone who took the time out of their schedule to testify about today's hearing on EPA's proposed greenhouse gas guidelines and standards for fossil fuel-fired power plants. And as a reminder, the deadline for submitting those written comments is August 8th. We will now take a recess and the next session will begin at 1:30. Thank you.
Can bought these at the same time. Welcome to the public hearing for EPA's proposed greenhouse gas GHG standards and guidelines for fossil fuel fired power plants. My name is Kevin Culligan, and I am the Senior Policy Director for EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I will be chairing this afternoon's session of the virtual public hearing. During today's hearing, we will take comment on EPA's proposed GHG standards and guidelines for fossil fuel fired power plants. EPA is proposing Clean Air Act emission limits and guidelines for carbon dioxide from fossil fuel fired power plants based on cost-effective and available control technologies. The proposal would set limits for new gas-fired combustion turbines, existing coal, oil, and gas-fired steam generating units, and certain existing gas-fired combustion turbines. At this point, I'd like to invite my other two co-panelists to introduce themselves. And Christian, if you could go first.
Hi, my name is Christian Fellner. I'm in the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I'm an engineer there, and I was primarily involved with the 111B side of this rulemaking, so for the new natural gas-fired combustion turbines.
And hi, my name is Melanie LeCount. I'm a Senior Policy Analyst and Communications Director in the Office of Atmospheric Protection, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian and Melanie. We're also joined today by a court reporter who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this proposed rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. Before we begin to hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make sure that we run today's hearing smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on the panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note that by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. Please remain muted with your camera off until it is your turn to speak. We ask that everyone's displayed Zoom name include their first and last names. This will help our logistics team quickly identify when registered speakers have arrived so that we can quickly add them to the line of speakers. So now I'd like to move on to how today's hearing will work. If you've joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is the bottom of your screen. We will share the names of the next few speakers in the chat box. We may also use the chat box to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. And let me apologize in advance if I mispronounce anybody's name. Please make sure that your Zoom screen name displays your first and last name. This will help our hearing team quickly identify when registered speakers have arrived, so that we can quickly add them to the lineup. For assistance, please send a direct chat message to attendee support. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you're joining via Zoom, the bottom is in the lower left of your screen. If you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please, when it is your turn to speak, state your first and last name and spell it for the record. Please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. When your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. And we are going to try to adhere very strictly to this 4-minute time frame to be fair to everyone. We've had a lot of speakers, many of whom probably would have liked to speak for longer, and we want to make sure that everybody gets treated fairly. I will note that if you have more things to say, you can still submit additional written comments, and we will consider those just as much as we consider anything we hear during the hearing. If you have, we encourage you to also submit a written copy of your testimony you provide today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We're here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you're finished speaking, please remain on the line until I can confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call on the next speaker and so on. If there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's proposed rule. On EPA's proposal. And with that, I will get us started. And so our first two speakers will be Frank Koppel and Ann Dixon. So Frank Koppel, you'll be going first.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Frank Koppel, FRANK-COPPLE, and I'm a resident of Sun City, West Arizona, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm a member of the Arizona Climate Action Coalition. I strongly support EPA's proposal to limit carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. The survival of our species relies on clean air. We are a result of millions of years of evolution, and our bodies have survived because of our ability to breathe air without gills or other mechanism. I'm a grandfather, and I worry constantly about what kind of life we are leaving our grandchildren. Will they have clean air, or will they have to have other survival equipment? I'm also concerned about the survival of the least of our brothers, the unregistered voters who may have no say in our legislative process. Many are poor or homeless or religious or have other reasons for not voting. Many are not citizens of this country, and as such deserve to be counted as a part of our quest for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We cannot leave them behind. Here in the Phoenix Valley of Arizona, we are experiencing very elevated temperatures. The heat-related deaths are doubling every year. The airports have no fly days because of the heat. Thankfully, cities and charitable organizations are building more cooling shelters for those without sufficient air conditioning to survive the high temperatures. Shelters are only an immediate solution. Controlling power plant emissions and going to renewable energies is our only hope. Another concern is our wildlife. As you've already heard, power plants are a major contributor to global warming. Global warming affects all our plants and animals as well. I have lived here for 12 years and used to marvel at the plethora of wild animals which I would see in our neighborhoods. Now I am frightened for their survival because I only see less than 1/4 of the numbers I was accustomed to seeing. The higher elevations of our state are seeing many new species that are moving to that area to escape the heat. This would be okay if their food sources are also available, which is not the case for all of them. As a result, if we do not regulate our emissions, then many more species will become extinct. I have lived and traveled in many places, including twice in Brazil. I have seen what a beautiful planet this is. People are the same all over this world. They just want to have families, enjoy the pleasures of their surroundings and life. Our country is a major contributor to global warming. Excuse me. Let's do all we can to save this pale blue dot in space. Once again, I support EPA's proposal to limit carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants, and I ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible for the sake of all life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Melanie or Kristen, do you have any follow-up questions?
Thank you.
All right, so we will move on to our next speaker, and that will be Ann Dixon. But I would like to thank Frank for setting a good example as our first speaker, remembering to state your name, spell it, and adhering to the 4-minute limit. So if everyone can follow Frank's lead, we will have a a good afternoon hearing. So with that, Anne, it is your opportunity to speak.
Hi, this is Ann Dixon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Dixon from Philadelphia, PA. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we only have 6 years left to get our carbon, and I'm sorry, I'm getting very emotional, our carbon and methane emissions to zero in order to avert the worst effects of climate change. In other words, we have 6 years to keep our planet habitable for humans. Every single action that we take must take this into account. I commend the EPA for considering new power plant rules. However, because of the acute seriousness of our situation, the proposed rules don't do nearly enough. For existing power plants, lower the minimum capacity threshold of plants covered by the rule to 25 megawatts. It's now 300. This would cover far more power plants. EPA should require significant CO2 reductions at all power plants. Move up the compliance date for reducing CO2 pollution to before 2030. The rule must explicitly state that coal waste plants are required to meet the standards set for coal-fired steam generating power plants. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. And Melanie or Christian, any follow-up questions? Okay, well, thank you, Anne. And our next two speakers are going to be Beatrice Zovic and Robin Mann. So Beatrice, why don't you go first? Beatrice Zovic.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for having me testify today. My name is Beatrice Zovic. Beatrice is B as in boy, E, A, T as in Thomas, R, I, C, E. Last name Z as in zebra, O, V as in victory, I, C, H. And I'm a resident of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I am testifying today in favor of adopting and strengthening new carbon dioxide pollution standards for power plants. A strong rule offers a huge opportunity to make a dent in climate change and health-harming pollution, something which, especially in Philadelphia, tends to affect lower income and communities of color the most. The EPA has the legal authority to adopt this rule and to extend it further. Any fossil fuel power plants that continue running need to have extremely tight standards, requirements, and checks. The EPA also needs to provide proper guardrails for any facilities that plan to use carbon capture and sequestration. Additionally, the EPA's proposed allowance of low greenhouse gas hydrogen for co-firing and gas plants is not an adequate standard if the purpose is to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. The EPA must require the use of green hydrogen created by renewable energy if an operator is going to use the hydrogen co-firing pathway to comply with the standard. While it is not necessarily the best use of renewable energy to create green hydrogen to run a power plant, this should still be considered the standard for how to best reduce GHG emissions under the EPA's authority. Additionally, it's completely unnecessary to exempt power plants that do not produce much electricity from carbon capture and hydrogen burning requirements. The EPA should require significant CO2 reductions at all of its power plants. And as was stated before, medium load power plants should also be required to co-fire 96% green oxygen by 2035 or sooner. And the compliance date for reducing CO2 pollution and capturing carbon for power plants of all sizes should be moved up as well. And finally, the EPA should move up the deadlines for coal plants to retire to 2028 if they want to be exempt from the standards. Currently, this is set for 2032. And then lastly, the rule must explicitly state that coal waste plants are required to meet the standards set for coal-fired steam generating power plants. Because there are exceptions to coal waste plants in other contexts, neglecting to specify that they are included unnecessarily risks legal challenges, which could waste enormous economic resources and compliance. And this is particularly important for Pennsylvania, where the vast amount of the nation's extremely polluting coal waste power plants exist. This rule should also cover coal waste power plants that have been repurposed to generate cryptocurrency. Thank you very much for your time and for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you. And Melanie or Christian, do you have any follow-up questions?
But thank you.
Okay, so we will now move on to Robin Mann.
Hello.
Hello,
Good
Robin.
afternoon. My name is Robin Mann, Robin, MANN, and I live in Rosemont in southeastern Pennsylvania. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in support of EPA's proposal to regulate carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants. I urge you to further strengthen the rule's scope and ensure a final rule is issued by early 2024. The climate crisis is here, with disasters including wildfires, hurricanes, other severe weather events, and prolonged drought growing more frequent, deadly, dangerous, and costly by the year. In 2021, 20 climate disasters in the US cost more than $1 billion each. Locally, the impacts are all around us in more extended heat waves, more intense rainfall and flooding, coupled with extended dry periods and phenological shifts. Pennsylvania is the fourth largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the US and contributes 1% of global emissions. So when the hazardous air mass from the Canadian wildfires engulfed our area last week, locally described as the climate smoke alarm going off, it wasn't lost on me that we share outsized responsibility for helping spread those fires. I'm a Sierra Club member and have been participating in climate action advocacy in my community since 2005. We made halting progress initially until local awareness and visible impacts of climate change began to mount. We finally convinced the town government to commit to transition to 100% clean energy. Reductions in renewable energy costs are helping motivate action, and now the IRA offers great promise in speeding local adoption of clean energy. But I am painfully aware our efforts will make an imperceptible difference. I'm also a grandmother, and becoming a grandmother changed everything. For one, it brought an immediacy to the threats posed by fossil fuel power generation. When my first grandchild was on the way, her mother, living in a coastal fishing community in the Northeast, had to stop eating fish to avoid mercury exposure. Soon after my granddaughter was born, the cross-state air pollution rule was promulgated. I was alarmed to learn that her tiny lungs were exposed to unhealthy air from upwind power plant emissions in neighboring states, and I urged EPA to adopt the most protective possible rules. The most recent addition to my family, 18-month-old Simon, was born 2 months prematurely. He spent his first 2 months in the NICU, mainly until his lungs were mature enough to leave the controlled hospital environment. He has had some respiratory illnesses and a couple of trips to the ER, and he sounds terrible when he coughs. But fortunately, he has so far not been diagnosed with asthma. I am grateful for that, and Simon is fortunate, but he has made me more acutely aware how wrong it is that some preemies like him go home to power plant polluted communities where the air is harmful to breathe. I'm impatient. I want my grandkids to grow up in a society that rejects sacrifice zones, and I want us to stop further compromising their and their generation's future with delay and denial in curbing carbon pollution. We need to respond to the climate emergency with every tool we have as urgently as we can. I urge EPA to strengthen the proposal in two important ways. The timeframes for compliance in the proposal seem too long and not aligned with the administration's commitment to 100% carbon pollution-free electricity by 2035. EPA should establish the fastest possible timeframes. Also, I urge the agency to cover a much larger proportion of existing gas plants with emission limits, achieving greater pollution reductions and avoiding the potential for power generation to be shifted to already disproportionately impacted communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Melanie or Christian, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, we will be moving on to our next two speakers. So first we will have Jay Duffy, and Jay will be followed by Riley. But Jay, why don't you go ahead?
Hey, Kevin. Jay Duffy, Jay-Duffy. I'm the litigation director for Clean Air Task Force. CATF applauds EPA's proposal to control greenhouse gases from new and existing fossil fuel-fired power plants. The proposal can and should be strengthened, but the core elements and design features of the rule are strong. It is keyed to reality. Coal plants are retiring, fossil plants are overall running less and supporting an increasingly renewable grid, and the power pollution control costs are coming down, both due to industry learnings and advancements and incentives passed by Congress. It also ensures that EPA fulfills the job Congress has assigned to it under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act, while also abiding by the recent limits imposed by the Supreme Court. Section 111 of the Clean Air Act is technology forcing and forward-looking. EPA first found carbon capture and sequestration adequately demonstrated and cost reasonable in 2015 for new coal-fired power plants. Post-combustion capture has only become more cost reasonable, widespread, and proven since that time. When EPA set standards based on sulfur scrubbers in the 1970s, there were only 3 units in operation and 1 vendor for the technology, yet the technology was successfully deployed, costs declined, and the control became the industry standard. By comparison, at least 13 vendors have already done significant testing and offer carbon capture pollution controls specifically for coal and gas-fired power plants. There is no more effective pollution control for fossil fuel-fired power plants than CCS, and it should be the basis of standards for the baseload fleet. I want to touch on 3 improvements that can be made between proposal and finalization. First, EPA must cover a larger portion of the existing gas fleet in the final rule. The 2015 standards for new gas-fired power plants triggered a responsibility to set emission guidelines for the existing fleet, but the proposal covers just 7% of all existing gas-fired units, accounting for less than 25% of generation and 29% of CO2 emissions. In 2022, the gas fleet emitted 661 million metric tons of CO2. That's 43% of total power sector CO2 emissions. Those emissions have increased by 65% since 2010. Leaving such a large portion of the fleet uncovered will lead to heavier reliance on those plants and erode the emission reductions achieved by the remainder of the fleet. EPA should cover more of the fleet if they went down to 150 that operate at 40% capacity factor or more. That would change the rule's coverage to 44% of all units, covering almost 80% of generation and CO2 emissions. Carbon capture and sequestration is a cost-effective pollution control that can reduce emissions by at least 90% for the base load portion of the existing fleet, and it should be the basis of the standards. Second, EPA should accelerate the timelines for compliance with some parts of the rule. For standards based on CCS, it makes sense to give plant owners and operators long lead time to accommodate permitting, infrastructure, and construction. EPA has a long history of deferring compliance to ensure that these emission limits are achievable. But for standards based on fuels and efficiencies, compliance could be achieved on shorter timeframes. Finally, CATF recommends that the standard for baseload plants be based on CCS alone and that the dual BESS system pathway be removed. Even with this change, a plant could still comply with the CCS-based standard through hydrogen co-firing, but establishing subcategories based on different means of compliance that are of different stringencies and on different timelines presents unnecessary legal risk. We appreciate EPA's meaningful environment, and we look forward to submitting robust legal, policy, and technical comments that can bolster the record and strengthen the final rule. Thank you.
Melanie or Christian, do you have follow-up questions?
No, but I'm impressed how close you got to the exact right time.
Not my first rodeo. Thank you.
So I did want to say, Jay, if you are submitting more detailed comments and you can provide any substantiation of the point you made about the 13 vendors supplying CCS for coal and natural gas, that would be a helpful addition to any comments you provide.
Yeah,
Thanks.
certainly.
Right. And with that, we will move on to Riley Talbot.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Riley Talbot, Riley Talbot, and I'm a student at Georgetown University and a policy advisor for Catholic Climate Covenant. The covenant was founded in 2006 to address growing ecological awareness and the need to implement Catholic social teaching on ecology within the United States Church. Formed with the help of the U.S. Conference of Catholic.
We'll give you a couple of extra seconds. I don't know if you can do anything, but there's definitely some interference in the back. I mean, the court reporter will probably be able to get everything you're saying, but if there's anything you can do about it.
I can step outside for a minute, maybe.
Yeah,
See if
that might help. We'll,
sorry.
Hopefully we're holding the.
Is this any better?
Thank you.
Okay, sure thing. Yes, so the covenant was founded with the help of the U.S. Catholic bishops and supported by 20 national partners, and we help guide the U.S. Church's response to the moral call for action on climate change by sharing authentic Catholic teaching on creation and the poor. It is from this institutional basis that Catholic Climate Covenant supports the EPA's proposed regulations for greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel-fired electric generating units, and calls the EPA to push forward the deadline for compliance, make more stringent the guidelines for exemption from regulation, and engage more intentionally with communities directly affected by plants and their regulation. The limitations on emissions put in place by the proposed rule would hold the plants, which are responsible for 25% of overall US emissions, accountable for the health and environmental damage they are causing. The proposed rule would not only reduce carbon dioxide, but also other harmful pollutants. The rule's ability to regulate new, modified, and existing plants has the potential to lower carbon emissions through 2042. This reduction would alleviate both health and environmental degradation, which can be monetized to a net savings of up to $85 billion between 2024 and 2042. The rule ensures that plant standards are based on best available technology, ensuring transitions are feasible and affordable. It is imperative that the EPA expands the number of plants regulated to ensure that smaller plants are not able to get around regulations. And to maximize the impacts of regulations, we are calling that the EPA push forward the timeline of compliance so as to speed up the process and materialize change even sooner. These standards also promote environmental justice by lowering the environmental impacts of power plants, which are disproportionately concentrated around low-income areas and in communities of color. The emissions predisposing the already disadvantaged communities to persistent health complications and more intense and destructive weather events must be regulated accordingly with the strictest possible emission standards. We also ask that the EPA engage in meaningful dialogue with the communities directly affected by the plants and their regulation. As promulgated by the U.S. Catholic bishops, Catholic social doctrine includes principles of intrinsic human dignity, solidarity, and care for God's creation and the most vulnerable, all of which align strikingly with the benefits of enacting the EPA's proposed regulations for greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel-fired electric generating units. Therefore, Catholic Climate Covenant supports EPA's new proposed emission standards because they protect and promote human dignity by reducing harmful greenhouse gas emissions, which are linked to climate change and its widespread disparate impacts. The EPA must live up to its standards to protect and preserve creation for future generations, contributing to a safe and thriving future for all people, especially the most vulnerable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Melanie or Kristen, any follow-up?
I do have one quick question. Anything to your point about meaningful dialogue, if there's any detail you can provide or suggestions when you submit your written testimony, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
And I would just, it sounds like you probably are going to submit written testimony. It would be great if you, we'd ask this of everybody, but in particular because of interference, it would be great if you could submit a copy of what you spoke, what you said, if you've got it written down, because that way we'll make sure we got it all right. So thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move on to our next two speakers. So we've got Nicole Marcotte and Zoe Zira. And Nicole will be going first.
Hi, Nicole Marcotte, NicoleMarcot. Thanks for this opportunity to testify. I'm a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force in Detroit, Michigan, and these are two of my three daughters, and they're really why I'm here this afternoon. I strongly support the EPA's proposal to limit carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants and ask that you finalize these standards as quickly as possible. As the mother of three daughters, as well as a community organizer and resident of a predominantly low-income section of Detroit, I'm deeply concerned about the effects air pollution and climate change have on the health of my community and on our children's future. Studies have repeatedly shown that low wealth, BIPOC communities such as mine are more vulnerable to the effects of air pollution and climate change. I witnessed this firsthand, beginning with my parents who both suffer from asthma. They live in the same neighborhood, followed by close neighbors who have to remain indoors during incidents such as what happened this past weekend with the wildfire smoke. Natural disasters such as these are directly related to our changing climate, in this case, usually heat and lack of rain, or whose allergies are worsening as the changing climate affects pollen counts and the length of the allergy season. And we thought the masks were fading into the past. As a former teacher, I witnessed students missing multiple days of school due to struggles with asthma, which is directly linked to air pollution. 15% of Detroiters suffer from asthma. Aside from the physical health of my community, I'd like to talk about the effects of extreme weather caused by climate change on our livelihoods. This past winter, we were out of power 3 times within 1 month due to high wind. Close to 500,000 people in the Metro Detroit area lost power. Again, this extreme weather is caused by climate change. One of the storms was a thunderstorm in Michigan in February. One of my friends was heating his house with a gas stove during one of the outages, and I'm sure he was one of many. Our electricity was out for 3 days each time. People in our neighborhood don't have the means to stay in hotels. They don't have fancy houses with fireplaces, and they can't afford to replace the spoiled food in their refrigerator. You know the statistics, of course. According to the NOAA, the storms, droughts, and wildfires in 2022 totaled more than $165 billion in costs and led to at least 474 deaths, though I'm sure that number is in fact higher. Power plants are responsible for roughly a quarter of the climate pollution in the US. Approximately 60% of power generation comes from burning fossil fuels like coal and natural gas. Climate change is driven by greenhouse gas emissions, also referred to as climate pollution or carbon pollution, from the fossil fuel industry. Cleaning up smokestack pollution from fossil fuel power plants can provide cleaner air and a safer, more stable climate. We have a moral responsibility to act now to protect the well-being of our children, our most at-risk communities, and future generations. So all this to say, once again, I support EPA's proposal to limit carbon emissions from fossil fuel power plants and ask that EPA finalize these standards as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And Melanie, more questions and follow-up questions?
I would just like to thank the girls for also participating in your testimony.
Thanks.
Yes, I would second that. Thank you very much. Move on to our next speaker, Zoe Israel.
Yes, hi there. It's saying I'm not able to start my video. Oh, there we go. All right. Hi, everybody. So Zoe Zierop, Z-O-E-Z-E-E-R-I-P. I'm the program coordinator for the Groundwork Center for Resilient Communities based in Traverse City, Michigan. Since 1995, Groundwork Center for Resilient Communities has empowered people to create a better Michigan with innovative, local-based solutions that create a clean environment, strong economy, and local-based solutions. We work to protect the environment, strengthen the economy, and build thriving communities. I'm speaking in support of the carbon rules and advocate for the agency to pass the most stringent rules possible to help mitigate the climate crisis and improve air quality across America. We know that EPA's proposed standards will accomplish several things that are good for business and public health across the nation. In particular, the proposed rules will slash carbon pollution by 617 million metric tons from 2028 to 2042. They will provide up to $85 billion in net climate and public health benefits through 2024 and avoid 1,300 premature deaths, more than 300,000 asthma attacks, and 38,000 school absences in 2030 alone. While we support the proposed rule, we believe that all emission sources should be treated equal and with the same level of stringency. This means that natural gas peaker plants should not be regulated less strictly than their baseload counterparts. While Michigan is known for its beautiful 4 seasons and the Great Lakes, our air quality and water quality continue to harm families across Michigan. Because peaker plants are often based in low-income and BIPOC communities, not regulating them with the same standards continue to perpetuate environmental injustice and puts the burden on vulnerable communities. While we also urge the EPA to not delay the adoption and implementation of this crucial rule, the fact remains that we're running out of time to address climate change and the immense public health concerns that stem from it. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to submitting additional written comments in the future.
Thank you. And Melanie or Kristen, any follow-up questions?
Thanks.
We look forward to getting your additional comments. So our next speakers are Rivko Knox and Claire Brent. And it looks like we have Rivko Knox. So you can start when you're ready. I think you're still on mute. In the bottom left.
There you go. My name is Rivko, R-I-V-K-O. First name, last name is Knox, K-N-O-X. I was born and raised in the LA area, moved to Phoenix in Arizona in 1966, where I've lived in the same house ever since. I will be 85 in July, so I'm not here to talk about how I want the EPA to help ensure that I have a long and healthy life. However, not only do I have 2 daughters who also both live in Arizona and 4 grandchildren ranging in age from 18 to 28, but I'm motivated to testify today by a Jewish concept, and yes, I am Jewish, known as Tikkun Olam. It means to repair the world, a responsibility that every human being should understand and accept, to include the health and welfare of all the living creatures on this earth. Please note that the word repair is prominent. That is, we humans have caused air pollution and climate change. They did not just happen. So now we're responsible for taking all the steps we can as fast as we can to repair that damage. Perhaps this Tikkun Olam concept is what motivated me from college on to become very interested in public policy issues and thus in elections. I belong to different organizations, including environmental groups. I have marched, shouted in rallies, knocked on doors, made phone calls, written postcards and letters. I take Tikkun Olam very seriously. I'm not here as a technical expert because I'm not. And you've already heard from many of them, and I'm sure you'll hear from more. However, I spent my career managing the federal grant program for the state of Arizona. I'm familiar with the federal regulatory process to include public comments and how important such are, not just repetitive statements submitted by different people who click on a box, but honest and sincere comments from the U.S., from us, the public, who are the intended beneficiaries of these first ever proposed rules to reduce pollution from power plants. And I'm aware these rules are critical to ensuring that this country remains on track to meet our climate change goals. Having lived in Arizona for almost 60 years, I can testify to the increase in air pollution with the resulting greater and greater negative consequences on people's health, including my 2 daughters, my 4 grandchildren, all of whom have almost ongoing respiratory issues. And I know these health issues are even worse for those who live in heavily minority, lower income areas of this valley and state. Further, what I call the baking season is longer, much longer than it used to be, and hotter. My children spend a lot of time outside in summer. Today, the outdoors is almost deserted in the summer. There's almost no relief at night, as there was when we first moved here. I'm sure you're aware that very recently officials announced that the heat trapping carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere has increased to record highs in its annual spring peak, jumping at one of the fastest rates on record. Carbon dioxide levels in the air are now the highest they have been in more than 4 million years, even before I was born, because of the burning of oil, coal, and gas. The last time the air had similar amounts was during a less hospitable hothouse Earth before human civilization took root. Hey, folks, we're running out of time. So I'm here to ask, encourage, beg, if necessary, for the sake of repairing the world, that you adopt the strongest power plant pollution standards possible with the fastest timeline. Every breath of dirty air that my grandchildren, your grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren, and everyone's babies and children in our country take will further damage their health, increase costs for medical care, and hurt our economy in the very near future. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and please act and act quickly and with all due speed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Melanie or Kristen, any follow-up? All right. Well, we very much appreciate you taking the time to comment today, and we're going to move on to Claire Brandt next.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Claire Brandt, and I'm a volunteer for Mom's Clean Air Force. I'm an artist and a graphic designer. I have asthma, and I am a cancer survivor. I live in Silver Spring, Maryland, but have lived most of my life in the Pacific Northwest and California. Fossil Fossil fueled power plants are responsible for almost a quarter of the climate pollution generated by the US. I support the carbon rule, and I am calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and impacts health. EPA must strengthen community input and safeguards in the final version of this rule. I have asthma. I keep an inhaler on hand all the time. And my asthma is usually triggered by something in my environment. It's panic-inducing to realize that you can't draw a full breath. You wonder how much harder it will be to breathe before it gets easier. My asthma is made worse by particle-heavy air. I know this in no uncertain terms because in Seattle, I lived under the horrifying smoke from the Western states' wildfires for periods of several days to weeks every summer between 2012 and 2020. September of 2020 was the worst I have ever seen or felt. Have you ever lived in air quality over 250 AQI? After last week on the East Coast, you most likely have. Power plants are responsible for roughly a quarter of climate pollution in the US, and approximately 60% of power generation comes from burning fossil fuels like coal and natural gas, and this causes climate change. The impacts of climate change include more severe heat waves, drought, sea level rise, extreme climate and weather events, exacerbated air pollution, flooding, and wildfires, which we are seeing in more and more frequency and severity over the last decade. These wildfires, like those we were experiencing in North America the last couple of weeks, they've poured horrendous, harmful particle heavy air into the eastern US and made us all stay inside, wear our N95s again, and just be fearful. Cleaning up power plant pollution will protect public health. In 2030 alone, the approved standards would prevent approximately 1,300 premature deaths, more than 800 hospital and emergency room visits, and more than 300,000 cases of asthma attacks. That one's personal. And this is only a partial list of what cleaning up power plant pollution will accomplish. Once again, I support the carbon rule, and I'm calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and impacts our health negatively. Let's reverse the path we're on and create a clean earth, clean air, clean water future, and help us breathe freely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Melanie or Christian, any follow-up? All right. Thank you. And we're going to move on to our next two speakers, who are Michaela Curry and Katie Rock. So first, we'll have Michaela speak.
Yes. Hi. I'm going to need to remain off of video today. But can you hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah. So when just state your name, spell it, and get started.
Okay, great. Michaela Curry, Mikaela Curry. I live in North Carolina, and I'm currently the senior campaign representative for Sierra Club's Beyond Coal campaign in North Carolina and South Carolina. I was on the earlier session listening, and I've heard a lot of people talk today about the air quality issues we experienced along the East Coast last week. For many, including me, it was a really deeply unsettling experience. It also reminded me of an article I'd read recently about a study published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal. I read about evidence-based analysis, which had concluded that the world's top corporate carbon emitters are responsible for more than a third of the area burned by wildfires in the Western US and Southwestern Canada since the 1980s. The electric sector is the largest stationary source of greenhouse gas pollution in the country, and fossil fuel power plants are responsible for a quarter of all US carbon pollution. We know in 2021 alone, the US experienced 20 climate disasters that cost more than $1 billion each. We can't afford to wait. EPA has not just the authority, but a legal obligation to reduce carbon pollution from power plants, and the strongest possible standards are critically needed. For too long, polluters have been allowed to pass on the true impacts of their dirty fuels, taking advantage of weak standards, loopholes, and lax enforcement. Existing units have thus far been permitted to emit unlimited amounts of climate pollution, which effectively gives them an invisible subsidy and helps prolong their operation. I was in a utility stakeholder meeting this week and heard staff from Duke Energy respond to questions about whether they consider the social cost of carbon, whether it was included in the study we were discussing. And they said, How we treat carbon is kind of up in the air. We'll probably hold off on that for now. EPA's proposed standards finally require coal and gas plants to reckon with their climate pollution, just as fence line and frontline communities have been forced to for decades. Taking insufficient action to mitigate climate change will jeopardize energy reliability. If we don't reduce greenhouse gas emissions from every sector, including electricity generation, extreme temperature spikes will get worse. We'll see more flooding and storm and bad air quality days. EPA's rules are part of the solution for avoiding the worst outcomes. EPA has the potential to reduce climate destabilizing carbon dioxide pollution. When implemented alongside other incentives, these standards can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve public health, and accelerate the transition to clean energy. It's cheaper to install and operate new wind and solar facilities than it is to simply maintain existing coal plants, and clean energy is also cheaper than over 90% of proposed gas plants. The single best way to reduce deadly air pollution, lower energy costs, and address longstanding burdens on frontlines communities is the development of clean, renewable energy. I urge the EPA to consider that carbon capture and storage is unproven, will not get us to key climate targets, and will exacerbate environmental injustice concerns while prolonging reliance on broken fossil fuel infrastructure. I urge the EPA to pivot away from carbon capture, sequestration, and storage as a core greenhouse gas emission reduction strategy, and to create and finalize the strongest possible rule that will pave the way for more cheaper, clean, renewable energy. I also want to elevate the point previously made in this session that the standards for peaker gas plants and intermediate load units are not sufficiently stringent. EPA has the legal authority and obligation to reduce power plants' carbon pollution, and renewables, not fossil plants with CCS, are the proper climate solution. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter, and thank you to all the EPA staff working on this proposal.
Thank you very much. And Melanie or Christian, you have any follow-up questions? So I do have one. If you are intending to submit any follow-up comments yourself, or if that Sierra Club larger is going to. Any information documenting the statement you made about 90% of new gas-fired units, there being cheaper alternatives would be helpful. Thank you.
I'm glad to share that. Thank you for your time.
And with that, we will move on to our next speaker, who is Katie Rock. And I see Katie's already here.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me okay? Great. All right. I am Katie Rock, Katierock from Des Moines, Iowa, and I'm the Sierra Club campaign representative for Beyond Coal in Iowa. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments in support of the EPA climate pollution standards for fossil fuel power plants under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act. I shifted from a career in agronomy to my current position because it was obvious to me that addressing climate change is an all hands on deck race against the clock. While Sierra Club in Iowa supports this rule, we will be pushing hard for a number of improvements for the final version. In particular, we believe the standards for peaker gas plants and intermediate load units, meaning units that run more often than peakers, but less often than baseload units, are not sufficiently stringent and could be improved fairly substantially. With further study, we will likely find other areas where we will push EPA to finalize more protective standards. We must also be clear that the Sierra Club's position is that renewables, not fossil plants, with carbon capture and storage, are the proper climate solution, and that we support this rule combined with new incentives from Congress because we believe the transition toward clean energy. Iowa's continued reliance on coal-fired power plants remains the state's largest contributor to carbon dioxide emissions. The size of Mid-American Energy's coal fleet in particular makes it the single largest carbon polluter in the state, and the utility remains one of the 10 largest utility companies in the nation with a lack of coal retirement commitments. Instead, Mid-American Energy currently plans to keep several of its coal plants online and run them as peaker plants in its emission goal to be net zero by 2050. Iowa also plays an outsized role in the expansion of carbon pipeline infrastructure. Roughly 2/3 of the counties in our state are in the path of 3 proposed new carbon pipelines, and 70% of the local governments involved have filed formal objections within the state's regulatory process. Rural communities are being tasked with accepting the risks and the fast rate of change with these technologies and deserve to be heard. We all benefit from the pollution preventions offered by these rules, but especially those living in the shadow of these major polluting plants. These proposed standards would avoid over 600 million metric tons of carbon dioxide pollution, which is equivalent to reducing the annual emissions of roughly half the cars in the United States. This action will improve air quality by cutting harmful pollutants and deliver up to $85 billion in climate and public health benefits over the next 2 decades. Implementing these rules will begin to address the generational inequality brought by climate change that several others have voiced here, and I want to appreciate that for those of you who have brought that up. So on behalf of Iowans, I urge the EPA to quickly finalize the strongest version of these rules. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You know your question, any follow-up questions?
No, thank you.
Right. Thanks very much for your testimony, and we're going to move on to our next 2 speakers. So we've got Patrick Lim and Federico Holm. So we're going to start with Patrick Lim.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Patrick Lim, Patrick Lim as in Mary, and I am the Strategic Partnerships Program Manager with the Climate Action Campaign. I'm here today to express my strong support for the Biden administration's proposed standards to cut climate pollution from coal and natural gas-fired power plants. As we know, fossil fuel power plants are one of the largest sources of carbon pollution driving climate change. This proposal is an important step to addressing the climate crisis and will help to achieve President Biden's promise to the American people. Around the world, climate change is driving desertification, more frequent and extreme weather disasters, rising sea levels, permafrost melt, and increasing the risk of infectious diseases. Americans have seen and continue to see the damaging effects of climate change. Climate change increases the risk and intensity of weather disasters like hurricanes and wildfires. And just last week, DC was in a code purple due to wildfire smoke. Last year, in 2022, extreme weather disasters cost the US $165 billion in damages. We can no longer afford inaction. The Climate Action Campaign has found that climate inaction is estimated to cost Americans at least $5,230 per second based on the available NOAA data. Americans deserve a healthy and safe environment, which is why the EPA must move quickly to finalize the strongest possible standards to cut climate pollution from these power plants by early next year. Our climate can't wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you for comments, Beth. And Melanie or Christine, do you have any thoughts? Okay, we'll be moving on to Federico Holm.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Federico Holm, Federico Holm, and I'm a clean energy analyst with the Center for Progressive Reform. I am speaking today to express my strong support for the proposed EPA standards. EPA's proposal is a critical step forward as it will help prevent some of the worst effects of climate change and critically reduce air pollution in frontline communities. The proposed rule also represents an opportunity for EPA to go even further in cutting greenhouse gas emissions. The rule is complex, so I want to highlight 2 critical elements of the rule and point out how the EPA can strengthen the regulation to ensure that the energy transition is done quickly, safely, and equitably. First, EPA should expand the number of power plants covered. This is something that has been highlighted by other participants as well. Under the rule as proposed, only the largest plants that run at least half the year would be regulated, leaving the majority of gas plants around today outside the scope of the regulation. And this represents a huge opportunity. EPA is considering lowering the thresholds for regulated gas plants, currently set at a plant capacity of 300 megawatts with a capacity factor of 50%. NRDC estimates that lowering the capacity limit from 300 to 100 megawatts and the capacity factor limit from 50% to 40% would cover 84% of 2022 emissions from gas plants compared to 29% under the current proposal. The agency must take this step. The current limits have important implications for the communities that must coexist with fossil fuel generation. Peaker plants, that is plants that are used to cover peak demand, are unlikely to meet the current thresholds that will require any abatement measures. Peak demand is often met by the dirtiest, least efficient power plants. And peaker plants are also generally located closer to population centers and tend to impact historically marginalized communities more than other groups. Secondly, EPA proposes co-firing gas plants with green hydrogen as part of the proposed best system of emission reductions. Although feasible, the devil's in the details. Federal agencies must ensure that hydrogen is made from renewable generation that's using renewable energy that overall doesn't increase the emissions from the grid. The rules for hydrogen must call for additionality, meaning that only new renewable projects can produce green hydrogen, with hourly matching, which requires that electrolysis plants prove every hour that they have sourced their electricity from a qualified renewables facility. In order to minimize emissions from hydrogen co-firing, the definition of green hydrogen is critical. EPA must ensure stringent conditions for green hydrogen production, as this approach could backfire if the hydrogen is produced via fossil fuels, which represents the majority of the hydrogen produced at the moment. In addition, we need strong and detailed measurement systems to ensure that corporate claims of clean hydrogen production reflect the true nature of the process. EPA has taken an important first step, and these additional considerations can ensure that we maximize reductions while keeping communities safe and ensuring a truly just transition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any follow-up questions?
I did one question. When you said additionality from renewables, are you when you specifically mention that, are you talking about like new renewables? So it's only new generation. That's why I just wanted to.
Yes, new generation. So we don't displace existing generation to meet the hydrogen project. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And our next two speakers are Jackie Smith and William Cole. So Jackie, you'll be going first.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Jackie Smith, and I'm representing Poder Latinx, a civic and social justice organization that leads integrated voter engagement programs and issue-based programs out of Arizona, California, Florida, Georgia, Texas, and Washington State, and of course, nationally. So we are building political consciousness across the Latino community. Through our work, we empower and equip the Latino community to become agents of change now through various issues that they're impacted by. And our vision is to build political power for the Latinx community to become decision makers in our country's democracy. I'm testifying before you today to present the story of one of my colleagues, Brianna Guerrero. She grew up in the bustling Mission and Potrero Hill community of San Francisco, California, where the Latino community is prominent, and so is pollution from various factors, including steel and cement plants, meat packers, shipbuilders, and many other industrial businesses. 2 years ago, she moved to Hollister, California, a small agricultural community in California's Central Coast region with a 70% Latino population that is heavily polluted due to the use of agricultural pesticides. She also learned that between 2020 and 2021, greenhouse gas emissions from power plants increased by over 5% in the state of California. This increase is concerning to her as a young Latina who hopes to build a future in her home state. This year, she was diagnosed with asthma, joining the nearly 10% of Latinos living with asthma in the United States, as others have stated. Her doctor was able to diagnose her after months of concerns and questions about her health, finding it difficult to breathe and thinking that it was simply allergies, as many do. Having lived in California for her entire life, she knows that the emissions from power plants have helped induce her diagnosis. She is sharing her story before the EPA today to urge you to go even further with the standards. The health of our climate and our communities, especially communities of color, rural and urban communities both depend on it. Communities like hers are experiencing the worst effects of climate change, and she's asking you to enact the strongest standards to cut climate pollution from power plants so that Brianna's family and neighbors can breathe easier and live longer. Power plants are responsible for roughly 25% of climate pollution in the United States, and communities like hers bear the brunt of this impact. I'm proud to share her story with you today in her absence to show that in California and predominantly Latino communities across the United States, we know firsthand the impact of power plant pollution and in our air quality and on our health, and we need the strongest possible standards now. By strengthening carbon standards from power plants, the EPA has the opportunity to slash carbon pollution by 617 million metric tons, preventing over 300,000 asthma attacks for Brianna and others like her. I would like to thank you for your time and hope to see these standards strengthened. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And before we move on to our next speaker, William Cole, I do want to take a moment to talk about additional speaker slots. If time allows today, we may be able to accommodate some additional speakers throughout the course of today's hearing. If you are interested in being added to today's wait list, please email our registration support team. Our logistics team will drop that email address in the Zoom chat. If you're watching via YouTube, the email should be displayed on your screen. Please note that a new waitlist will be started at the beginning of each hearing day. We cannot guarantee everyone on the waitlist will have a chance to speak, but we will do our best to accommodate as many additional speakers as possible. Your interest in this proposal is important to us. EPA considers all comments equally, whether submitted in writing to the docket or given orally at a public hearing. As a reminder, you can still submit written comments on the proposal through August 8th. And with that, I'm going to turn and we will have our next speaker, who is William Cole. If you could identify yourself, say your name, and start speaking, that'd be great. Thanks.
I can do all that. I'd be glad to. Thank you very much. My name is William Cole, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, and then Cole is actually pronounced Kale, K-O-E-H-L. I'm a resident of Geneva, Illinois. I'd like to focus my comments on one part of the proposed rules, the one for the coal plants that want to run beyond 2039. This would be mostly young coal plants. There's not many of them, but I own just such a coal plant. In Geneva, Illinois, it's a municipal utility that purchased a share of the Prairie State Coal Plant in Marissa, Illinois, along with 270 other communities across 8 states. The problem number one is the lack of a firm close date for younger coal power plants. The new rules intended to increase the transition to clean energy, but for young coal plants, they may see the plus 2039 date as an invitation to run forever. Luckily, Illinois has got a law that requires all fossil fuel plants to close by 2045. It'd be helpful if the EPA could add a firm close date for all coal plants. Problem number two, Prairie State's a 1.5 gigawatt plant with 12 million tons of CO2 a year. A CCS facility to catch that would require another power plant of 300 to 500 megawatts. This will allow the Prairie State plant to run and emit all of its coal pollutants as before, and all of the coal pollutants from the new coal plant too, from the new power plant too. This is an increase in pollution in absolute terms. Problem number three, the owners feel trapped. Without a strong message from the EPA that we are serious about moving away from coal, they're not going anywhere. Private investor-owned utilities may throw in the towel as renewable energy options become more plentiful and competitive, but the Prairie State Coal Plant has no plans to go anywhere. The influence of market forces will be muted as the owners have to pay whatever it costs to operate the plant. Folks who operate the plant hide behind confidentiality agreements and Open Meeting Act exemptions. It's very difficult to impossible for local folks to have any input into what's happening at the Prairie State Coal Plant. Problem number four, although it started running in 2012, Prairie State still does not have an operating permit. They're continuing to push the envelope and flout the law to run the coal plant at maximum capacity. The EPA rules need to be strong and they need to have teeth. We don't need rules that say we should do better. We actually need to do better. As part owner of a public power utility, I can tell you we need help. I'm a member of a Prairie State Coalition, a group of environmental and social justice groups from across the state that are working diligently to minimize the impacts of Prairie State. On behalf of this group, my community, and all of the communities that are tied up in the Prairie State coal plant, I ask that you formalize these rules to be as strong as possible as soon as possible. Thank you again for allowing me the time to comment here today.
Thank you. And Melanie or Christian, any follow-up questions? Okay, so we're going to move on to our next two speakers, who are Danielle Berkowitz-Sklar and Stephanie Reese. So Danielle, you should be first.
Hi, my name is Danielle Berkowitz-Sklar, last name BERKOWITZ-SKLAR, and I'm the National Events Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force, a community of over 1.5 million caregivers that have joined forces to protect the health of families, youth, and vulnerable communities from climate change and air pollution. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of finalizing the strongest possible standards of EPA's carbon rule and the inclusion of measures that maximize community involvement and protections. I grew up in Costa Rica, where I had the privilege of living close to nature and becoming actively involved in conservation efforts at a very early age. Alongside my siblings, I founded an environmental organization dedicated to safeguarding vulnerable ecosystems through community-based and science-based initiatives. I worked alongside youth living in underserved communities and on the front lines of environmental degradation and witnessed the devastating effects of climate change on our surroundings. For instance, that of rising ocean temperatures and ocean acidification on vibrant coral reefs, transforming them from colorful wonders to pale and lifeless structures. Coral bleaching not only robs these ecosystems of their beauty that present and future generations will not be able to enjoy, but also puts coastal protection, biodiversity, and the livelihoods of local communities at stake. These ecosystems are diminishing in coverage, largely due to global warming, which impacts the health and well-being of people, and particularly in low-wealth and rural communities. Recognizing this interconnectedness of people and environment, I sought to continue my advocacy in climate change and environmental justice by joining Moms Clean Air Force just last year. As we know, fossil fuel power plants contribute 25% of US greenhouse gases that are fueling climate change all around the world. The moment is now to change these devastating numbers. I appreciate the challenging yet very unique position of the EPA to finally ensure that power plants are held accountable for the climate pollution they emit. The rules could result in the avoidance of up to 617 million metric tons of total carbon dioxide through 2042. Importantly, we must advocate for the different pathways to emissions reduction to put the right to safety and self-determination of impacted communities at their core, and ensure that the solutions do not further harm communities or exclude them from decision-making processes. Therefore, I support the implementation of the cleanest and most dependable methods to decrease climate-related emissions. And it is uplifting to know that we have ample sources of clean, renewable, and sustainable energy options, such as wind and solar power. Our focus should be on accelerating these energy solutions, which have already proven to be people and environment friendly. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and voice my support for implementing stringent limits on new and existing fossil fuel power plants that are causing harm to people and ecosystems worldwide every day. It is critical to prioritize the health and safety of families, and this rule represents a significant step in that direction. Thank you for your work and for your time today.
Thank you. And do you have any follow-up questions? Okay, so our next speaker is Stephanie Reese, and I see you're here. So.
Hi, thank you. Yes, Stephanie Reese, STEPHANIE-REESE. I'm calling from Northern Virginia. I am the Director of DEIJ and Strategic Implementation of Moms Clean Air Force. I want to thank you all for this opportunity to speak today. Being a mother today is not an easy feat. Challenges and issues that may have never entered the mind of my mother are constant concerns for me today. And while 40 years ago, climate issues were a concern, today those concerns that were discussed only in speculation have become a reality. My sons, who are 7 and 12, were actually unable to go outside last week because of the air quality. It's something that we've seen in movies in other states, but to see the hazy air and to feel the smoke in our nostrils and the tickle in our throat, to hear my son coughing in the back seat on our way to school, to give him a mask and to tell him not to linger outside, it felt surreal. And I think for many of us, we believed that this reality was a long way off. I don't know where we'll be in 40 more years, but I know how we got here. And I think it's time to change course. Moms Clean Air Force supports the proposed carbon rules to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. We also support the cleanest and most reliable pathways to ramping down climate emissions. We have the technology to make these changes. We have abundant sources of clean, renewable, and sustainable energy, like wind and solar. We must support the acceleration of these healthy energy sources. My children and I are concerned with what is happening in our world today, the part we play and how we can make a difference. It is not the role of EPA to dictate power sources. Your role is to regulate pollution levels from any source. It is our role as moms to demand clean, renewable energy as the simplest way to cut carbon and methane emissions and safeguard the future of our children. As a mom, I have serious concerns about the massive deployment of unproven, untested, unregulated, and potentially dangerous industrial scale technologies that may even make climate pollution worse. And I don't know what that will look like for my sons 40 years from now. Fossil fuel powered plants are responsible for almost 1/4 of the climate pollution generated by the US. I'm calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards for greenhouse gas emissions from power plants to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contribute to the climate change and impact health. I'm urging the EPA to promote a diversified and comprehensive approach by prioritizing community input and strengthening safeguards in the final version of this rule. We must also prioritize the reduction of chronic disparities of pollution exposure experienced by environmental justice communities. When you're young, it feels like you have all the time in the world, but I can say that 40 years ago, 40 years go by faster than you think, and time is something none of us have any control over. But we do have control over what we do in that time and the choices we make. We're well beyond the point where we can do nothing. The time for meaningful action is now. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any follow-up questions? Okay, so we've got one more speaker, Ida Sami, or probably pronouncing that wrong. But go ahead and say and spell your name and start your 4 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ida Sami, IDASAMI. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. As I mentioned, my name is Ida Sami. I have a PhD in environmental science, and I'm a dedicated environmental scientist. And as a field coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force, I live and embrace the mission of preserving our planet for the generation to come. Today, I'd like to share my thoughts on greenhouse gas standards and guidelines for fossil fuel fired power plants by the EPA. A couple years back, I had the opportunity to visit a small town named Asheville. And Asheville is really beautiful. I don't know if you had a chance to visit or not. So the only problem with the town is a few miles away from the town, there are power plants. So there are smokes, and the children had been coughing. The residents over there, when I was talking, by the time I was an urban planner, I was talking with them, and they were like suffering from a lot of health issues. At the town's local school, due to my research, I went to the local school. I met a young girl named Lily. She was no more than 9 years old, and she was like coughing, and like she had that courage as a soldier fighting for her own battle against asthma. And when I talked with her teacher, she told me she has a really bad condition due to the poor air pollution and air quality in the area that she lives. I always remember Lily's face. The reason that I started to attend to EPA testifies, besides being a Moms Clean Air Force field coordinator, is Lily's face in front of my eyes during whole education that I did. I know that greenhouse gas standards and guidelines provided by EPA are not just policies to me. They are a beacon of hope for towns like Asheville and for children like Lily. So we already know that exposure to the power plants is estimated to be the cause of the deaths of over like 6,100 children annually worldwide. These guidelines are designed to limit carbon pollution from power plants to protect our air, our water, our health. They put us on a path toward cleaner, healthier air and more sustainable planet. Every time I read these guidelines, I picture Lily's face, as I mentioned, her sparkling eyes full of hope and dreams. And I think of all other children like Lily out there, their health and future intertwined with the air that they breathe and the water that they are drinking and the environmental that they are living. I remember why I fought for them, for the future, for the health of our children. We must lead our voices to this cause, advocating for strict and asking EPA and urging EPA to urging EPA to push for this rule. I implement each one of you to join me in this battle. Let's fight for Lily, let's fight for our children, and let's fight for the earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any follow-up questions?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so at this point, we do not have any of our registered speakers here. So we will be taking a 15-minute break. So we're returning just after 3 o'clock. Once again, as I mentioned earlier, if you would like to speak, there's quite possibly an opportunity in the last hour of the hearing. So we're taking a break at this point, and we will be moving on. I do see someone has a question, and you should probably direct that to the folks on our support staff, and they can help you if you're looking to speak or something like that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. If you have a question or need some assistance, please send a direct chat to attendee support. Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. My name is Kevin Culligan, and I am the Senior Policy Director in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. And I'm chairing the session of today's hearing today on EPA's proposals to strengthen, on EPA's proposals to strengthen the GHG standards and guidelines for fossil fuel fired power plants. I'd also like to ask my other panelists to introduce themselves. So if Christian and Melanie could both introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Christian Fowler with the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I've primarily worked on the new source side. When I say new source, the 111B side of the rulemaking for natural gas-fired combustion turbines.
And hi, my name is Melanie LeCount. I'm a senior policy analyst in the Office of Atmospheric Protection.
And I do want to remind you today that today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking, and we will carefully consider your comments as we develop the final rule. Please note that by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. That includes rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate languages and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We'll monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. A quick reminder about providing testimony. When I call your name, when I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. And then while you are providing testimony, you're also welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the start video icon. Please state and spell your name for the record. A 4-minute timer will start when you state your name. And our next speaker will be, 1 second. Our next speaker is Valinka Bednar. So Valinka, if you are with us, you can get started.
That's you, honey. Hi, my name is Lindsay Bednar. I'm 10 years old. I live in Maryland. My family works for clean air with Mom's Clean Air Force. I'm here today to talk with you about power plant pollution. I've learned that fossil fuel power plants are responsible for about 25% of the climate pollution generated in the U.S. Not to mention lots of other kinds of air pollution. Cleaning up smoke stack pollution from fossil fuel power plants can provide cleaner air and a safer, more stable climate. It is not fair that power plants are making the earth hotter and people sick, and the companies that run them don't want to take responsibility for that. I would be very happy if we switched to clean energy and didn't have to worry about harmful power plant pollution anymore. I learned that just having rules to protect us from the power plant will prevent 300,000 asthma attacks in just 1 year. That alone seems like a good reason to have these rules. Right now in Maryland, 1 in 10 children suffer from asthma, and asthma is a leading cause of missing school among kids. This rate is much higher among African American and Latino children. Across America, Latinos like me are exposed to more pollution than most Americans. That can cause more health problems. I've learned that people of color and people with less money live with more pollution overall. These differences are important to fix so that all people can be healthy. Stronger power plant protections are an important way to help keep everyone healthy. Kids are trying to do our part. We walk and ride our bikes to get around, talk with our families about clean energy, and we speak up at Congress and the EPA. We need grown-ups to do their share. It isn't fair that the climate is getting hotter and we didn't cause this problem. So I support the carbon rule, and I am calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect kids from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and makes people sick.
Thank you. And I know that if I were, like, when I was your age, there's no way I would have been brave enough to do that. And you did a great job. So thank you. And I don't know if Melanie or Christian have anything else to add.
Nothing other than to
No.
say thank you so much for sharing that with us today.
Yeah, same for me. Thank you.
Thanks again. And our next speaker is Dorothy Brand.
Just a minute. Can you unmute yourselves first? Thank you.
Sorry.
Hello, and thank you so much for listening to my testimony today. My name is Dorothy Brandt, B-R-A-N-D-T. I am a retired Catholic school principal and a volunteer with Mom's Clean Air Force. Fossil-fueled power plants are responsible for almost 1/4 of the climate pollution generated by the US. I support the carbon rule and am calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest possible standards to help protect our families from harmful air pollution that contributes to climate change and impacts health. EPA must strengthen community input and safeguards in the final version of this rule. My own life experiences have shown me the need for environmental regulation to protect our health. I grew up in Los Angeles and lived with its worst air quality. I suffered allergies that dissipated when I moved to Seattle, which had cleaner air. In the 1970s, I moved to the north end of Tacoma, Washington, with my 2 little kids. And this part of Tacoma is very beautiful, with views of Mount Rainier and Puget Sound. Unfortunately, the Asarco copper smelter was also in our neighborhood. Sometimes we would walk outside and it would look like snow had fallen on our lawn, but this white stuff was actually the toxic ash from the smelter. We moved away to Bellingham, Washington, which is close to the Canadian border. Everyone in our family enjoyed good health during our 10 years there. And when we moved back to Tacoma in 1986, the smelter had been shut down, but the pollution persisted. Air quality issues in Tacoma during these years were due mainly to particulate pollution. My older daughter developed asthma after we moved back to Tacoma. Asarco was aware of many of these dangers to our health and resisted taking action to protect us. I tell you my story so that you will understand the personal experiences of people living with pollution. Coal and natural gas power plants are polluting our air, contributing to climate change and harming our health. It is right and reasonable that they act responsibly to clean up their pollution. Their profit is not more important than the health of our climate and our kids. Climate change causes serious health impacts like increased respiratory illnesses, heat-related illnesses, and many more problems. Children and people over 65 like me are especially at risk. As a mom, grandmother, teacher, and principal, I highly recommend that the EPA adopt the strongest power plant standards to ensure that our most precious national treasure, our children, are given the best air quality and water we can give them. As adults and parents, this is our responsibility. Our country's future depends on it. And as a Roman Catholic, my sense of morality dictates it. I urge the EPA leadership to fight to protect the life and health of each American child. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for taking the time to speak. And do we have any follow-up questions from Melanie or Christine? Okay, so that was the last of our speakers at this point. So once again, there is an opportunity to register if you want to try to speak in the last couple of minutes of the hearing. And we're going to take a 15-minute break at this point, so that I think puts us back on at just before 3:30. So thank you very much, and until then, thanks for taking the time today to testify. Hmm. All right, so it looks like we do not have any more speakers. So at this point, let me do this. My name is Kevin Culligan. I've been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank my fellow panelists and everyone who has offered testimony today, everyone who took time out of their schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's proposed GHG standards and guidelines for fossil fuel-fired power plants. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through August 8th. The hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much.